let's wait for 5 more minutes while everyone gets their batch, and then in a couple of minutes we will have the pleasure to hear a piece of music with the piano before we start the event. Thank you very much. And today I would like to have Jorge standing here with me. You don't see him very often with the microphone. And apart from being a part of my life, we've been together for over 20 years. And he's also been with me, helping turn all of our dreams a reality. I would like to give you some key points. Next year, the Fiber Voluntarios Foundation turns 25. We are a 21st century foundation that came about in 2001 with a very clear idea. We were fascinated by technology, and I was amazed at all the opportunities that technology can give us. And after a few years, I thought, how come there is a digital divide if the technology is the most powerful tool we can have to remove any divide? The divides regarding participation, health, work. It gives us many opportunities. So looking back, seeing everything we've done over these 20 years, it's been 17 editions, but over 20 years. So over these 20 years, we've had a great development. It has started out with the name of ESTAS, Symposium for Technologies for Social Action. And it's been evolving through different approaches. We have been focusing on different things while we learned. This event is, as I said, a way to stop, look up, and reflect upon technology with other people. The technology is the lever that can help us. We are cyber optimists. Cyber optimists. Cyber with the approach of moving together, steering a boat. It's cyber optimistic, not techno optimistic. We are cyber, not techno. We are cyber regarding everything that regards technology, civil society, the social aspects. And we want to steer this boat towards a safe haven for all the citizens. When we took in a new name and we started working on the idea of Empodera, I remember we have Jen Dorset, Twitter's founder. That was back in 2009. We were already speaking about empowerment, and it was very significant that online, if you look up the words in the Spanish Academy dictionary, empowerment meant it meant apoderar in Spanish. That was the translation in Spanish, which is different. Apoderar is to grant powers, to give powers. But this is not about giving powers to someone else so they do things for you. This is about doing things yourselves. When there is a will, there is a way, and as Peterman has told all of us, a big power entails a big responsibility. So we have a big responsibility.
Los años que nosotros estuvimos con esa parte de 2012 de ese ciberoptimismo, de esa parte de revolución de la ciudad, pero si vemos los últimos años llevamos trabajando mucho el concepto de soberanía digital ciudadana.
Lately we have been working on citizens' digital sovereignty. That was the main point.
Yo creo que no pecamos en el sentido de que nos quieren hacer ver de que hay casi un determinismo tecnológico, ¿no? La tecnología
It
está aquí
seems
para esto,
like there
para
is some kind of tech determinism. Technology is here for many things, and you have to do this with technology. Technology has to be used for that, and it seems like the citizenship is not involved in it at all. So we shouldn't be moved by everything that we've been told. That technological determinism is not such. We have tools, they are in our hands, but we, citizens, must stand up and say, no, I don't want technology this way, because it is possible to use it this other way. I don't want a technology that violates our rights, our privacy. I don't want a technology that is not inclusive, ethical, environmentally friendly. There is a way to do it differently, and we can build that new way of doing things. And everyone we've had here have in Empodera
Y otra cosa que vemos en ese sentido es que al final todo lo que estamos trabajando, construyendo y llevando esa parte de la tecnología desde un punto de vista más social, atendiendo las necesidades, pues al final muchas veces estamos muy solos. Y en esa soledad también este evento es un punto muy importante porque las ideas nacen de la escucha activa, las ideas nacen del diálogo, las ideas nacen de poder estar co-creando con otra persona que tiene intereses dispares, que tiene otros conocimientos, otro punto de vista, y ese otro punto de vista te puede hacer decir que esta es la solución que yo venía buscando, este es el momento, o es verdad que se acerca mucho en otro área, en otra forma de ver, que se acerca mucho a toda esa parte que venimos trabajando. Y eso es lo que vamos a hacer en Empoderar estos 2 días. Levantar la cabeza, co-crear, pensar en conjunto cómo hacemos que lo que es la tecnología vuelva a ser una herramienta completamente descentralizada.
Turn into a completely decentralized tool. In very few years, we have seen technology turn more and more into the same hands,
y es importante seguir trabajando para que eso siga siendo de forma independiente, que siga siendo libre y que podamos garantizar que las generaciones venideras puedan disfrutar y puedan tener la oportunidad de usar la tecnología de la forma en la que nosotros lo hemos descubierto, que no nos veamos deslumbrados por todas las posibilidades que nos ofrece y que aparte de esas posibilidades no nos conformemos en ser meros consumidores de esas herramientas que nos dicen usarlas para esto, para otro, sino que trabajemos las ideas de qué queremos hacer nosotros con esta herramienta, de cómo la tenemos que construir en conjunto, que seamos parte activa con las administraciones, con las empresas en esa construcción y que demandemos nuestra parte en esta construcción de la tecnología. Nada, yo quería darle las gracias a todas las personas que me han acompañado.
Thanks to everyone who's been with me along Jorge, for example, but there are many other people here. I could give you lots of names, but I'll leave that for the end of the session. So thank you very much to all of you for being here. Such amazing words from the boss, because in the end she is she's encouraging us to claim our rights.
no solo la cafeína nos va a despertar la
And we will
conciencia,
have a
sino
coffee
muchas
break
ideas
later on,
que vamos a
and
debatir,
coffee
vamos a
will give us
dialogar y
many
queremos que
fresh
participéis en
ideas.
esa
We will be
discusión y en
discussing,
ese debate,
we will
¿vale? Porque
be
queremos generar
talking
ideas.
to each other to come up with new
Invito
ideas. That's the whole
ahora
point.
a
So let me
la
now
primera mesa, a la primera entrevista a Monique Morrow,
call Monique Moreau to the
directora
table.
de Humanize
Internet. And Jaime Esteve. He is the founder and CEO.
Monique Morrow es cofundadora y presidenta de Humanize Internet, el Internet humanizado, un nombre que me fascina y ahora sabremos por qué. Una organización y un proyecto precioso. Es una organización defensora de los derechos de las personas y la tecnología como herramienta para las personas. Monique es reconocida internacionalmente como una de las mujeres más influyentes en tecnología y trabaja para que nuestra identidad y nuestros derechos estén protegidos en el mundo digital. Antes, vamos a ver un vídeo de presentación de Monique.
We are going to watch a video of introduction.
Monique Morrow, cofundadora de The Humanized Internet, organización defensora de la tecnología como herramienta para las personas. Monique trabaja para que nuestra identidad y nuestros derechos estén protegidos también en el mundo digital. Con más de 25 años de experiencia y reconocida internacionalmente como una de las mujeres más influyentes en tecnología, aborda una visión clara. La innovación debe garantizar privacidad, seguridad y dignidad. Su mensaje es sencillo. La tecnología solo tiene sentido cuando empodera a la ciudadanía, no cuando la controla.
Good morning to everybody, physical attendance and digital attendance. It's an honor for me to share this beginning of EmpoderaLIVE with Monique Morrow. The father of Monique was born in America, the mother was born in France. She was born in North Carolina, but now she lives in Switzerland. She has relatives in a lot of countries, but overall she is a citizen of the world. Welcome, Monique.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. It's very nice to be here. Thank you so much.
Monique understands Spanish.
Be careful what you say. Hablo español, pero desgraciadamente
I used to speak Spanish, but unfortunately I forgot my Spanish. I can still understand some, but just a little bit.
Worked the last 25 years in ethical technologies. He's actually the president. She was the co-founder and she's the president of the Humanized Internet, a non-profit focused on digital rights, on identity, on democracy, and I would like to know a bit more of Humanized Internet, please.
Sure. The Humanized Internet is a space non-profit. It should be said that I'm also a citizen. And basically the focus is on looking at how all of these technologies, when they come together, we can't forget the human in the loop. We always talk about, now you see human-centered technology, human-centered whatever, but human, that's one aspect of it. The other aspect, because here we have a book, The Humanized Internet. Thank you. Dignity, digital identity, and democracy. Democracy is also part of the discussion, but digital identity. So there are people, there's the other aspect of what happens when you don't have this idea or this concept of being able to have an identity. When I say an identity, you do have it. It's cultural. So you are. My name is Monique. Your name is Jaime. It's cultural, but it's also what allows you to have access to certain capabilities like education, like health, like all of that. What happens when you don't have the papers? What happens? What happens when you don't, things, what we have to think about is in our world, we have people who don't have such access. And they live here. And if you don't have access, you become victims of human trafficking. And I always ask the question, I can ask you the question, if there were a fire, if there were an earthquake, what would you take with you? What would you take with you? And that's always the question to Fonda.
That's a good point, because many times philosophers, thinkers ask themselves about the nature of the identity, but you work in a material sense, because the identity also means a password, an ID card, a sanitary system. When you don't have papers, documents, material evidence of your identity, you are very vulnerable. So you found a way to help in this way with blockchain, with the cloud. So could you tell us about it?
Sure, honey. I like to understand what I don't know. So I went off and got a degree in blockchain and digital currency when nobody was really doing that. Now, I did this at the University of Nicosia. I went and graduated in 2019, getting a beautiful degree. It's the credentialing university, but they also put that degree in blockchain. Why? What happens when the credentialing group disappears? At least it's there forever. And would you hire me if I were to prove that I did this education? So that's one aspect of it. My co-author here was a Syrian refugee. He was, he is the story, actually. He is the person, you know, when Angela Merkel opened her borders, was able to go in. And the good news is, I'll fast forward, but he became a German citizen, he's married, and he's going to be a father of a daughter like now. Right now, like October. So, and he's grateful, but he said, you know, you could fake the papers, but something so digital with an apostille was very hard to do. So that's the other aspect that I think is interesting. And by the way, just one aspect, I have to add this. I love the hotel I'm staying in. You know what's interesting? I don't have a Bible, but I have the Declaración Universal de Derechos Humanos in my hotel. Wow. Congratulations.
Preserve the dignity beyond the papers,
Yeah.
beyond the borders. In which way the people in Gaza at this moment could be helped by these technologies?
Well, you know, this is I mean, the thing of it is that when we look at identity, it's very, you have things that are identity, you have the aspects that are there that are technically people are addressing it. But I think what we think about is a moonshot. You know, when President Kennedy said that we will put people on the moon, it was at a time when rockets were crashing. And I believe strongly that the moonshot is, what if, here's the moonshot for the entrepreneurs in the room, what if we could have a digital lockbox that has digitally my will and testament, my marriage certificate, my degrees, and an apostille seal that is also digital, and that I have also the next of kin who I leave, maybe to you, and it's there. You know when you go and have a bank account and you go to the bank and you have a vault, you put all of your things there. I don't know if you've seen the papers you sign, but basically it says, in case of a fire or a flood, we're not responsible. So I think we could do that. And people and computer scientists say it's a very hard problem. If it were easy, we would have done it already. So that's the moonshot I challenge folks with. And that means that it's with you all the time, whether you're talking about control or whether you're talking about empowerment. This time it's yours, right? And I think that's the opportunity that we could have.
I would like to talk a bit more about decentralization. Many people say it's blockchain, but probably not everybody knows what blockchain means. I asked you about what blockchain means, why decentralization is important.
So now we're going into technical. So how many people know about blockchain in the audience? So quite a few people do know about a third. So the thing about it is that when I was looking at this idea, when I was looking at blockchain, what's happening is that you have corporate and organizations getting involved. And so with blockchain, with a chain, right, the whole idea when it was Bitcoin, you're solving a puzzle. Boom, boom, solving a puzzle. That was the origin of blockchain. Puzzle solving, and you would get a Bitcoin or whatever. That's kind of the thing. So blockchain has become now this whole idea of it's not controlled, it's semi-controlled, it depends on where, that it's decentralized in the sense that nobody really owns that, okay? You have now organizations getting involved, universities getting involved, looking at how they deal with cryptography, how they deal with security, etc. And the thing of it is who's solving the puzzles? How do you deal with smart contract? A contract, you know, a contract, so now it's smart, it's code. But the problem with code is garbage in, garbage out. And so I was talking with I don't know, Dante is in the room. I think Dante. One of the, so I was talking with a few people yesterday. There are areas that you can solve for, that people understand it, right? So I can write this code, and it's very easy, and so on and so forth. So what happens with blockchain is it's no longer centralized. That means now with banking, I make it sense for you in the banking organizations, because banks are getting involved. They're starting to use blockchain. They're starting to trade in crypto, and it's because they can see something that could bring, what's the opportunity and the friction that they're solving for. They want real time. I mean, if I'm a customer, I want real time. I don't want to wait 90 days. I want real time, and that's what they want to solve and offer that service to their customers. So I think it's very interesting when I sit with my banker, and she says, oh, you have a Revolut wallet, or you have all of this wallet, or whatever. And now they're starting to speak in this sense. Let me also say one thing. The generation of today is already in this space, ladies and gentlemen. They're already in this space. In the United States, most people operate in crypto. They do. So now it's more looking at how you can use this technology to benefit for yourself. And if I take it to the book, one of the people who were, one of the refugees, had no access to a bank account. Is actually the story. He actually graduated from the same university I did. And how was he getting he lived in the Netherlands. How was he getting his income? Bitcoin. That's how he was doing it. So you see, there's disintermediation happening in finance. There's this intermediation happening in the way we think of how we use these technologies, which I think is a great opportunity.
Let's talk now about the threats, the digital threats.
Yeah.
Some years ago, Varoufakis named the concept techno-feudalism.
Yep.
It means that governments are gathering data, companies are gathering data, our data is of their own. How do you see this situation? What's techno-feudalism for you?
Well, there's a new book out by Alex Karp, who is in Palantir. If you know Palantir, his book is about, he says, we work with the government, and we work on threats, and we work on warfare. It's recently published. That's what he says. Now, techno-feudalism, the problem is we operate in a filter bubble, so we have to look at how these technologies can be used or misused. Now, misused by whom? And how? So you have these big companies, and by the way, I worked at one of them, and by the way, I work with them. But you have these big companies that all of a sudden we're saying, do no evil, do no harm, or whatever, and then all of a sudden we're saying, no, we're probably thinking about monetizing all of this work. And the problem is now they are conglomerating a lot of this finances of their companies, the revenues, into a very few. And we're all using, if we're all using their apps, or if we're all using their products, it's not for free. You are the product, as the old adage goes. You are the product. It's not free. And so what happens is people, I've talked with people at Google, and they say, well, we're not actually, like Gemini, whoever uses ChatGPT and all of that, we're not actually taking all of, we're not looking at all of your background and et cetera, and we're not, the thing of it is that we're just interested in this one aspect, but is that true, right? So we're not really mining you, but is that true? Do you believe it? The thing of it is that we have to be able, from wonderful agoras as this one, to question, and to be able to question. And so it's really accommodated, and so people, the thing of it is, I've met some colleagues here who are dealing with ethics, which is also contextual. Do no harm means do no harm. That's the Hippocratic Oath. It's what physicians operate from. So if I say, this technology, Jaime, was created for one purpose, and you go over that, that's a red flag. And if ethics is so important in companies, how come they're not reporting to the CEOs? They're not. Right? So that's the other aspect of it. And so there is a technological, I'm not saying, I think what we have to do, so let me bring it to what we should be thinking about, be aware of the technology, be aware of it. You don't have to be really deep into it, be aware. Be aware of the geopolitical, the macroeconomics, and be aware of how it affects you. I think that's the most important thing. And question, question, question when you're actually looking at these technologies.
So would you say that AI is the most important threat that the humanity has faced?
So AI is a big one because I actually am in that world. Right now, AI, by the way, I was talking to a researcher, and she said, AI is a term that's been used for over 80 years, okay, 80 years. But you get into machine learning, you get into other aspects. What I'm very concerned about, because I'm working with some people in this space, deep fakes in audio, deep fakes in video. And I just looked at a startup in Switzerland. They're already working on deep fakes in audio. Your voice is no longer your voice. Can you imagine that you have a CEO of a company, or maybe it's Angel's voice is no longer his voice. Angel sends out a message, and it sounds like him, and it's not him. And in fact, I like to bring a personal experience. What happened in Switzerland about 5 or 6 months ago, I got a message and said, I'm from the federal police. Had I said anything, it would have been dangerous. We're here, we have a warrant for your arrest. Do you know about a couple 100,000 Swiss citizens fell into that trap? That's how intrusive this technology can be, targeted against you. So we have to be very, very aware. Of course, the federal police said we would never issue a warrant over the telephone. They'd be at your door.
You are really always on, Monique. Here is a lot of persons who would like to ask you, so I invite them to make so many questions as you want. Probably we won't have enough time, but later we have the coffee, and here is Jan Hinrichs, who
yes, Jan.
Will make the first
Go
question.
for it. We're at the tip of an iceberg here, what is the art of the possible in discussion.
Monique, thanks a lot for presenting. So what do you think about quantum computing? And because it's supposedly the biggest threat for Bitcoin and crypto as well.
I'm in that space, by the way, because I'm in the telecommunications space. I work with companies like Swisscom and all. Also, there were companies here in Spain looking at quantum X and quantum Y. The thing of it is that you have infrastructure on quantum. That's important. People are looking at it from a security perspective. All right? Number one, security. Number two is, the bigger question is, what happens, are we going to have a quantum internet? And people say, well, that's like years away. I would argue it's closer than you think. So quantum technology and AI are part of country strategies. So if you look at most countries, They say these are our strategies, right? And so I've worked with IBM. They've done some work in in quantum, et cetera. By the way, I encourage you to learn a little bit about what's happening in the quantum space. But to your point about big data centers and et cetera, I think that there's an aspect of that people are looking at. You know, in Switzerland, we have quantum computing now. We have them in the south. And people are looking at how they can actually think about monetizing it more and more. But they're actually looking at that. You have faster and bigger machines in China. That's a country strategy. Full stop. You can read the 5-year plan in English. They are telling you what they're going to do. So what is your 5-year plan here? You know, this is the thing to think about, is that this space, so I'm in that emerging technology, but here's the most important thing to be concerned about. And I've talked to you privately about this. Part of machine learning, part of the aspect is what we call sentiment analysis. So in sentiment analysis, which is going on more and more, and police agencies are looking at this. This is very important to know, because you have a polarity. The polarity is safety for him. So you go here, there's nobody blowing up a bomb, but also making sure that it's not abused. So sentiment analysis can go so deep to say, or suggest, he is a potential terrorist. He just doesn't know it yet.
Any other question, please? One there, one there. Ask, please.
Hi, Monique. Thank you very much for being here. I wonder if you could build a little bit on the digital lockbox. You mentioned that. I think you mentioned also just in the session that we had yesterday.
Yes.
I wonder what could be the uses and also who could be responsible for build this.
So the digital lockbox is a concept. So thank you for asking that question, because you were in the session yesterday. This is the moonshot. We need to think about that. Can it be done? Computer scientists say it's kind of difficult, but I think we need to think about that in another way. I know, having talked to a few entrepreneurs at this session, they're very keen. Some of my entrepreneurs in the room are very keen in looking at that, and why not? You know, nothing's going to stop you, but you have to start maybe small. Maybe you start here in Malaga. Maybe you think about that. You have the moonshot, but maybe you think about that. And by the way, you have to bring everybody along the journey. You can test it. You can pilot it. Why not? Try it. And somebody's going to say it can't be done. But think about the moonshot when people were thinking about going to the moon, now Mars and whatever. Nobody thought it could be done. So it can be if we think really, really strategically about it. I hope that answers your question.
Thanks a lot. One more question here in the center, please.
Hello. I wanted to ask, it's a bit naive question, but why would you use blockchain when you can normally just use PGP digital signatures? I can't wrap my head around the idea, so that's what I wanted to ask.
No, it's a fair question to ask. I mean, some people were asking, why do we have to use blockchain? So the whole idea of blockchain is, I have a whole kind of a flow, right? You can use an Excel sheet if you wanted to, but if you're looking at different organizations, maybe that's something that people will think about, consider it as an opportunity. B2B, the thing about signatures is that those are signatures, and some people are using that. I mean, by the way, they go together. They're not separate. They don't have to be separate. So they're rather complementary, in my opinion. So, thank you. I'm in that world, by the way, internet world. So, okay.
The last question, maybe. No more question for you, from you. There? No? No more question at this time. I have two wishes, Monique. The first wish is to share with the audience the short video that explains about humanized internet. And the second wish I dare to ask you is that I would like to buy your book because I want to read it. I'm a good reader.
So this is what I'm going to do for Jaime. I'm going to autograph this book. It's for him.
Oh, thank you, Monique.
Okay. Muchas gracias. we do this today.
Who are you? The oldest human question still has no easy answer. How can you prove your identity? Passports, bank statements, social media profiles. Our identities are digital. Our identities are vulnerable. Our identities are out there. Today, 1 billion people worldwide have no identification. People from war zones, disasters, repressive regimes. They can't get education, can't use banks, can't work. They can't defend their human rights. No identity means no freedom. They're trapped. But now, new technologies can help us. Artificial intelligence and blockchain can be used to store our data in a secure, decentralized database that each person can access with a private key. A humanized internet will help all humanity protect our rights, letting us take control, opening new, unimaginable possibilities. The humanized internet is working to guarantee every human's digital sovereignty. Are you with us?
By the way, the lady who's the voiceover, she was a refugee. So.
Amazing video, amazing woman, amazing story. Congratulations, Monique.
Thank you.
Thank you to all.
Thank you. Gracias.
al piano Javier Puche con la pieza Ethereal de Dirk Massen. Muchas gracias, Javier. Vamos a dar paso a la...
Ethereal, Dirk Massen. Thank you, Javier. So now we have our second speaker this morning. I'm honored to be able to introduce you to Ananya Tata from San Francisco. She's only 22 and she's done more than many of us. I'm 50 now and I'm surprised to see how many things she's done at only 22. So she wants humankind to reach the next revolution and know more about the universe. She is an entrepreneur. She's been working in robotics, AI, and has a long-standing experience. She's now the CEO and founder of Hypesonic, a startup, and she will be talking about it. She will be interviewed by Oscar Espiritu Santo, a journalist and researcher. She will be accompanied by him.
Ananya Tata tiene un objetivo: cambiar el mundo a través de la tecnología. Con solo 16
At just 16, she combined genetic research with a secure, decentralized digital tech to collaborate with leading startups. Then she created mind-controlled prosthetics and cars, winning the grand prize at the International Impossible Science Challenge. She's the founder of Hypesonic, formerly Quander AI, a startup building AI tools for video creation. She has been a Stanford Neuralink Web Summit and featured in major international media. She has been named one of the 100 most powerful women in Canada. Private and innovation has no age. And Ananya doesn't just build technology, she inspires a different future.
I'm going to introduce you in Spanish. Como ha dicho Juan Ángel, vamos a estar ahora mismo.
So, as Juan Ángel said, Ananya has done more at 22 than me at 50. So she has an impressive career.
It's a pleasure to have you in here, and we are going to see the projects that you are making right now. How a little girl of 16 years old are interested in gene editing? How did you get over there?
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here. Malaga is really beautiful, and everyone I've met so far has been so fantastic. I started my journey in technology when I was in high school. I think many of you in the audience are also in high school right now. I read that there was an organization in Toronto that was gene editing to try and create a cure for muscular dystrophy, which is a disease that affects a lot of different people, making them unable to walk. And they developed this gene editing therapy when I was in high school that could allow these mice to walk again. And I was like, this is crazy, because before it was an extremely challenging medical mystery. So I sent them an email saying, hi, I'm a high school student, I would love to learn more. And then I ended up getting to shadow when I was 14 years old in a different lab, and then 15 years old in that lab. A few times a week I would just go and learn from the students who were working there. And that really taught me a lot about biology and what's possible with technology. And then a few months later, I went to a hackathon and built a genetic data platform, which I ended up working on later and learned a lot about the space.
And you make some kind of project to protect the data and security data in this field, because it's important in gene editing to keep those data. What did you make in this field?
Yes, exactly. So as a preface, genetic engineering, what it is in the first place is every single living thing is made up of DNA. DNA is like code, so it's made up of 4 base pairs, but this sequence of DNA, if you change one DNA sequence, you could get a chicken. If you change it, you could get a pineapple. If you change it a little bit more, you could get a pineapple that's red. You can code biology. And there's a lot of powerful applications for this, like ending the food crisis, There was a new study that just showed they were able to develop a cure for Huntington's disease, allowing people to live 70% longer, which had never been possible before, and it used to be a really debilitating disease. And muscular dystrophy has a genetic engineering cure. They cured sickle cell disease, which was also a medical challenge, using genetic engineering. So there's lots of potentials to be able to engineer biology in order to create a really beautiful future. But the challenge is that in order to develop these wonderful genetic engineering cures, you need a lot of data from real people about what genes create what outcomes. Which genes cause Huntington's disease, so that we can then think about how do we create proteins to fight these diseases. Or even the COVID-19 vaccine was based on a lot of DNA research because it was the first time we had an mRNA vaccine. So in order to develop it, you need lots of information. The challenge with that is with this kind of information, you could say, let me make a virus that targets only people with this DNA sequence. So I only want to target people that have blonde hair or whatever the target might be. You could individually select certain characteristics which would be very detrimental. And that's the reason why people don't want to use 23andMe and other genetic engineering or genetic data services, because they're afraid that people will use their data against them. You could also analyze someone's genetic data and be like, oh, I think you're at a higher risk for certain diseases, therefore I will make you pay more for health insurance. And there's a lot of negative implications as well. So when I was in high school, I built a platform to allow people to anonymously share genetic data using the blockchain. So it allowed people to anonymously provide information to these data sets to be used for science, but they could still get paid without people knowing who they were. And that was the thesis behind that project.
It's a wonderful project, but do you think that the public understand what is gene editing, or usually we only see the dark side of gene editing, because it's like fiction, no? You know, it's science fiction, and it's strange for the most of the public.
Yeah. I also think Europe is more anti-gene editing than America, because in the US there's genetically engineered foods that are commonly eaten, but I think Europe has a more conservative stance on biology and bioengineering. I think an interesting thought experiment is our entire reality is constructed by our perception of reality. And our perception of reality happens through our biology. I'm seeing you because of my eyes, I'm thinking because of my brain. And if we were able to understand biology and be able to engineer it to figure out, oh, what causes certain diseases? How do we have certain emotions? How do we perceive consciousness? Those questions about biology can only be interrogated through editing it, and then also we can figure out how to make plants that can sequester more carbon out of the atmosphere to help fight climate change. Or we can figure out how can you plant a tree that grows in the shape of a house so that someone in the future could live in the house. Or if we go to Mars, how can we make plants that allow us to live on other planets or give us food that would have been hard to have in certain climates. And so I think just as you'll see with many technologies, there's a lot of really harmful applications, but if we use it correctly, there's a lot of really beautiful applications that will allow us to create new species for the galaxy, or figure out how to give us the abilities to fight diseases that have been really historically challenging to create solutions for. Okay, perfect. Let's talk about magic right now. I don't know if you see a video of Ananya Chada. You can search in YouTube Ananya Chada put brain or something like that. You can see how she moved a little car, a little toy car with his mind. It's something unbelievable. Can you explain for us in a simple way, how do you do that? How do you move a little car with your mind, or with your brain, or with your thought? I don't know. Whatever. Yes. So another area that I learned about in high school and became really curious about was neurotech. And neurotech and brain-computer interfaces is the industry of connecting your brain to machines or computers. And there's lots of ways to do neurotech. One is invasive, semi-invasive, and non-invasive. Non-invasive means you don't have to make a hole in your head. You can just put electrodes on your scalp. People use EEGs to check, especially for people with epilepsy or certain diseases, if their brain activity looks normal. And so I used these EEGs, electrodes on my scalp, and I was able to code a program that said, if I'm focused, make the car go forward. If I'm not focused, make the car stop. If I'm jaw clenching, because when you jaw clench, there's so much electrical activity from the muscles that it overwrites all the electrical activity from your neurons. So then the EEGs only pick up the signals from your muscle electricity. So then I said, if I'm jaw clenching, make the car turn. And it looked like I wasn't doing anything, but your neurons, your hundreds of billions of neurons, are constantly firing electrical signals, and you can pick these up with electrodes on the surface of your brain. There's also a lot of noise, however, with putting electrodes on your scalp, because the skull is so good at keeping information in and out. So that's why people are developing invasive electrodes. And I worked at Neuralink for a bit. Elon Musk started this brain interface company with the long-term purpose of figuring out how do we understand our brain better, to understand consciousness better, to merge with artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence maybe doesn't evolve as a separate species with robotics, but maybe we can start infusing advanced intelligence also into our own minds, or understand what creates reality and understand our brains better. So in order to do that level of neurotech understanding, you need to go invasive. And there's lots of different companies working on it with different modalities. Focused ultrasound is one of them. I can go into it for a long time. but there's lots of different approaches and a lot of amazing scientists and researchers. I think one crazy study is they've allowed paralyzed people to walk again using neurotech. So there's many different kinds of reasons why people are paralyzed. One of them is because when people have an injury, their spinal cord breaks. And so in the middle, information can't go down from your brain all the way down through your spine. Researchers found a way to record what activity is going on in your brain before it goes down your spine, send it over the internet, process it, and then send it again to electrodes at the bottom end of your spine. And this was done by a startup now called Onward, which spun out of a European university. And by doing that, by taking the electrical activities in your brain, sending it over the internet, and then re-stimulating the electrodes on the end of your spine, they allowed people to walk again, which had never been possible before very recently.
Yeah, that's incredible. What do you think in 10, 15 years, it's going to be usual to have this interface in the brain?
I don't think... Thank you so much.
It's another interface.
I don't think in 10 to 15 years we will all have electrodes in our brain. My reasoning is that biology is much slower to advance than software, because we don't even understand biology from the ground up. We don't understand why certain cells respond to something or what's exactly going on. And so for a lot of these neurotech amazing discoveries, like, for example, there was another neurotech discovery that people who had hand tremors, they shone ultrasound through the scalp and focused it on a part of the brain that's very deep. It's called deep brain stimulation. And by stimulating that area of the brain, they allowed hand tremors to stop completely. And they like heat it up so much that they make a tiny hole deep in the brain and hand tremors stop. Researchers don't fully understand why this is the case, why this part of the brain controls the hand tremors. And so there's also challenges with having invasive brain implants. If you take the approach of putting in electrodes directly into the brain, a lot of cells die. So you kill neurons. You kill more neurons than you record from. If you take the approach of what Merge Labs is trying to do with sonogenetics, Merge Labs is like Sam Altman's new neurotech project. They are trying to explore ideas around genetically engineering cells. But so far, there's never been any gene editing therapies approved for healthy people because there are potential downsides. And so when you go into the brain, you have to make a hole in the skull, kill neurons. There could be a lot of adverse effects that we don't understand. So I think that right now it's mainly used for paralyzed people to walk again, for people who have challenges and diseases to be able to find cures.
I asked you this question because I know that you have been in Neuralink, that is Elon Musk company. And what is the best lesson or the worst lesson that you learned over there in Neuralink? Because you talk about Almond is with Merck's lab, Elon Musk is with Neuralink, and both of them are in the same way. I have here the sentence that Max said that billions will want to bring a chip inside. Do you agree with this billion? This billion is not only paralyzed people. I think Elon Musk and Alman are trying to put this kind of interface in everyone, something like that. And you work over there, your vision will be very good.
I can't speak for them, but I can talk about my perspective on...
Yeah, I prefer your perspective.
I also, after working there, I did a research project at Stanford where I raised grant money and brought on amazing PhD students to join me on this project. And we developed micron-sized brain implants to be able to record and stimulate neural activity. And my motivation for being interested in this space is because if we think about artificial intelligence developing like crazy, we started off with these giant computers that couldn't do anything, and we used to live as hunter-gatherers, and now we have quantum computing and artificial intelligence, but the human brain has always remained the same. And the next evolution of humanity will involve evolving our brains. How can we use neurotech to become more intelligent, more empathetic, understand what constructs our reality? How can we use it to connect with people? I think there's a lot of challenges, like what if your brain could be hacked? Or what if
Do you mean that could be to type of human, implanted one and not implanted, and we are going to have a gap over there or something like that?
I think the challenge is that we're developing artificial intelligence, and when you speak to people at OpenAI, they're excited by the idea of having godlike intelligence accessible to anyone. So you can have machine learning coming up with new scientific experiments, and you can know everything there is to know about humanity and talk to it and have it available to you. But the challenge is if we're developing super intelligence that is more capable than humans, how in the future do we make sure that humanity survives and thrives and is wonderful and beautiful? And if I think hundreds or thousands of years from now, it's probably with more direct interfacing into technology.
Okay. Then let's talk about your last project, Hypesonic. You get 3 million for the project. You are right now 6 months working on it. And I read in your site is enable humanity to bring their ideas to life. What does this mean? What is Hypesonic?
After spending time doing so much research in neurotech and genetic engineering, I realized AI is growing extremely quickly. And so I started a company originally wanting to allow anyone to create their own TV shows that they wanted to watch or create videos to express themselves. But I realized a lot of things, similar to what the previous speaker talked about the challenges and benefits of having AI video technology that is now indistinguishable from reality. And some of the challenges are, we can talk about them in a second. Some of the beautiful parts are now you can enable people that didn't have the resources before to be able to communicate their ideas to millions of people around the world, and small movements and small businesses to be able to grow. But I think what's crazy is how indistinguishable it is. So I think we're going to play 2 videos for you.
Okay, let's go to play the video, Mariam, please.
These videos were created with 2 different...
Your call log's probably...
Two different... So these videos you watch, these people don't exist. They're fake. And they're created about a week apart. So you can see how quickly the technology has improved. And we created them for... I think you'll understand the purpose of these videos.
Let's go to see the video and we talk about it.
Your call logs probably look like this, right? Well, now there's something you can do about it. Cloaked's free security scan showed me where my personal data was being sold and how at risk I was. And with one click, Cloaked wiped it clean. And as soon as you sign up, Cloaked will begin blocking any spam calls from going through to your phone. Cloaked also generates unique emails and phone numbers, keeping your info out of the hands of scammers and spammers. Try Cloak's free security scan now and see how exposed you are.
Example of an AI video. The person is fake, and this is another example of a video we created using the latest model that came out 2 days ago from OpenAI, so you can play the next video.
Siguiente, Mario.
First cruise ever. Sail away cocktail? Check. Seafood that slaps. Pool day vibes. In the nightlife? Chef's kiss. Golden hour on the open ocean? Nothing like it. Virgin voyages. Adults only? All the things. Book now. See you on...
I think the craziest thing is now AI is completely indistinguishable from reality. You can have people say things. You can have people record things. There will be AI influencers talking about things, and there will be no semblance of what's real and what's fake. I think with a technology this powerful, it's powerful because it has the ability to influence politics, to get people to believe certain things about what's true and what's not true, to influence people's deepest fears and emotions. Something like this shouldn't just be accessible to people that have a lot of money and power, but it should be accessible to everyone. And it's funny because when we launched our original tool to allow people to create movies very easily, the only people that cared enough to keep engaging with our platform were small business owners trying to do marketing, which was like, wow, this is very unexpected. And I realized there are so many fantastic people and organizations and nonprofits. We also have a nonprofit arm where we autonomously grow businesses using AI. There's this book called Accelerando that a lot of people in Silicon Valley read. It's a science fiction book. And in this book, the protagonist of this book has companies that are run only by AI. They're like fully in the cloud. It's like a one person who's able to do customer interviewing. AI then writes the code. It then calls people on the phone. If someone sues the company, it like creates a separate thread and builds another company. And the founder of Midjourney recommended this book, and I read it, and I was like, this is nuts, because it feels like, almost like, there's the ability not only to affect the digital universe, but also how we translate it into capitalism and how people grow their wealth, grow societies, grow ideas, grow innovation, all has the potential to be completely transformed by this new technology that's being developed. And what we've seen directly is that people, like even using the automations we built for company growth, have been able to grow their companies extremely substantially just by using AI to automate certain processes, which is both exciting for these companies because before they were struggling and not able to like make money. My dad runs a small business, and growth for him is really important. But on the other hand, there's also a lot of important challenges with how we build this ethically to ensure that people and societies can trust, and that people have really great things to contribute that are also important.
Okay, then during Hypesonic are using data from social networks and make very good videos, and it's affordable for a small business too.
Yeah.
Because you are using Sora 2, I suppose, or BO3 or something like that. But if we put in the creator's shoes, sometimes the creators thinks that this is going to harm me, or this is going to replace me. What do you think about this? Because it's a difficult question to, well, this tool is a new tool, it's a wonderful tool, and it's going to help me or not, or it's going to replace me.
I think it's a new tool, kind of like the next evolution of the camera. I think for creators, it's not going to replace creators completely, because people want to connect to a real person. You want to be connected to someone who sees you and understands your struggles, and relate to someone who's maybe hosting events in real life and you can go hang out with them, or you've seen them grow up through their lives. But I think what will happen now is the frameworks for sense making, for figuring out what's true, and for figuring out what happened in reality. Previously, if you saw a photo or a video of something, you're like, oh, that was real, that happened. Now, there will need to be additional testimonies of people who were there, who can vouch, oh, this happened because I saw it. Oh, this happened because of all these other external things that occurred that can validate that something was true. And so now, for the first time, simply seeing video evidence of something is no longer enough. And that will also have implications across a lot of different areas.
I have to ask from my home. We are Cyber Voluntarios, and we are a non-profit organizations. We can use this kind of tool with better conditions or something like that?
Yeah. So we actually work with nonprofits and give them our tool almost for free. So we are
almost for free.
Yeah.
That sounds very good.
We're working with one example, a nonprofit called Computers for People, which allows people to donate computers to be given out for free to young people in schools that don't have access to it. And so that's one example of how we should be using AI to grow movements that we think are really important for society, even though traditionally people might not think there's economic upside.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. 5 minutes for us or for the audience?
For us and for the audience.
After that. Okay, I want to ask you a question. When we think in technology companies, we think in OpenAI, is Sam Altman over there. We think in X or Neuralink, and it's Elon Musk over there. And we think in Instagram, and it's Mark Zuckerberg over there. Instead, the woman are it's difficult for me, underrepresented, okay? And can you be a good role model for the young girls that seeing you that I can get these two, I can go to San Francisco to like Anania and make a very good company? And the most important, you have a female mentors in your career or something that you say, I want to focus in that girl because I want to do that too. Because
sure.
You know it's always men in this field.
Yeah. I was definitely enabled to do everything that I was by a village of people. So many people helped me and gave me mentorship and advice and contributed to every single project that I did. It's always a team effort behind a lot of these projects. I think what has always been helpful for me is having amazing women role models or people that look like me. I think ultimately everyone should be able to learn about what's happening in the world so that everyone can provide their perspective. And that's also why I think it's important for everyone to be learning about what's happening on the forefront of technology so that everybody can say, oh, I like this, I don't like this. And it's not just a conversation of people who are moving so fast that the world isn't realizing what's going on, but it's a conversation so that everyone can share what they believe and what they don't believe in order to create the best possible future. I think for me practically, there are differences when you're running a technology company, when you come from different backgrounds, like being a man versus being a woman. And so for me, I have a really amazing group of female founders that I talk to all the time, and we hang out and we share notes, and we share, oh, we noticed that when we're giving our fundraising pitches, we need to talk at a lower pitched voice. Or we noticed that we should dress like this in order for people to take us seriously in this domain. And I don't think that applies to just being a woman either. Lots of people come from different advantages and disadvantages. For example, maybe you speak a different language, or maybe you came from an area that has less opportunities. And so having connections and networks with people who are from the areas or backgrounds that might be different are really important so that you can all do it together and it doesn't feel so isolating and so alone because it's a group of people doing things together.
Okay, this is about the education. And what did you think with artificial intelligence? Who is going to teach your generation? It's probably artificial intelligence for the hard skills and human professor for the soft skills, or what do you think? Because in the hard skills, probably artificial intelligence could be a little better because know so many things. How do you think is going to be this kind of education in STEM careers?
I think it will be a mix between AI for education and real humans. But I think what needs to be true is that everyone in the world has access to the top technology. I think something the internet has frankly done somewhat well is anyone can create a website, anyone can learn. Like, I grew up chronically online, which is how I learned so much about the world, and I'm really grateful for the opportunities that the internet gave me. Like, I was born in Madagascar and moved to Canada when I was little and didn't grow up necessarily in areas that had, like, my parents aren't in software engineering. And so there was a lot of, like, I feel very grateful, and that's why I think what Empodera and Ciberos Volunteros, I probably mispronounced it, but I think it's so amazing.
You are improving your Spanish.
Thank you. How
did you say again, Cibervoluntarios?
Yes, exactly. Cibervoluntarios. It's doing
fantastic.
Very good. Because
so nice.
Because everyone should make sure they know what's going on and they should be engaged in the conversation and learning and contributing and making sure everyone comes up together is really important.
Don't worry about Cibervoluntarios. My English accent is something like that, and I love you, you know, because you can translate my English, and you know that I love you. I think you have so many questions for Aneana. 5 minutes. I can see anyone over there.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you for being here, sharing all your experiences. It's very inspiring. And my question is a bit technical. It's about this video Sonic thing. As you know, when you generate images by AI or even videos by AI, I think there will be a point that will be cheaper than maybe humans doing that manually. So what will happen is that all these images and videos will feed the new models, the next models. So you know this problem of, like, AI is producing data for AI, and that the convergence of that usually has a lot of problems. So do you know any solutions or things that are using right now to avoid that?
I think your question is very interesting and shows a lot of insight. The first thing that you mentioned was there will reach a point where producing an AI video is cheaper than filming a traditional video. And we're already noticing that. The reason why people use our platform is because it's cheaper. And small businesses can't afford a marketing agency to be able to film hundreds or thousands of pieces of content. And so now we can create hundreds or thousands of pieces of content for like $2, which before just never would have been possible at all. So you're right that the cost has made it so that AI videos are now much cheaper than paying $100 or $1,000 to an influencer to record a video, even holding a product or talking about something. Or if you're filming an educational video, it's now cheaper to have an AI person talk than it is to pay someone to talk, which has a lot of challenges in and of itself. Moving on to the second part of your question, which is what happens when we have so much AI data. So the first thing is there's already an insane amount of video. I think, I'm not going to get the statistic right, but there's something like 1 billion minutes of videos uploaded to YouTube like every day, or 1 billion years of video on YouTube or something. Like, that's hard to wrap your head around. So there's an extremely large amount of data already, which helps with the pre-training. And then people are already using AI simulated data to train things like self-driving cars are mostly trained with AI simulated data. So I think there will be some way to weight that differently. But I think similar to what we saw with LLMs, where first you had pre-training from the data on the internet, and then you had fine-tuning and post-training, where you're like, oh, this is a good response, this is a bad response. That human-in-the-loop fine-tuning is not taking place with video yet. But I think maybe the next step of video model evolution involves human involvement to be like, this is good, this is bad. However, I think it's interesting because with the new Sora model, you genuinely can't tell the difference. So I don't even know how it could be improved.
Okay. Over there is another question.
Well, first to say briefly that you completely blew my mind, especially with the first block on the biotech. It's absolutely impressive and unbelievable. But my question is about the second part, still also in the Hypesonic. And when you're going to show these two videos, at first I thought you would be talking about how, again, how to distinguish actually what's real, what's not. And my question is exactly that. Are you aware of, or can you recommend reliable tools or platforms that can evolvingly also keep up with the developments and can always detect what's modified, what's AI created, especially like for the cases that you said, like how can the person defend themselves when they are framed by a fake video or something? Yeah?
Right now, Sora, which is OpenAI's new video model, Sora 2, doesn't allow you to upload pictures of someone else doing something. So they don't allow me to take a picture of you and say, like, make this person steal from a grocery store. They don't allow that, but it's just a matter of time before the open source video models come out, and they don't have those kinds of content restrictions. Like maybe in a year you will be able to. So the problem doesn't happen right now, maybe it happens in a year. I think currently it will be a challenge. There's another company called WorldCoin, or world.org, which is trying to make like a blockchain-based approach where how can we verify a video is true by having like a consensus or something. But I think there's a lot of challenges with something like world.org because you have to give all your data to this thing in order for it to verify whether a video is true or not. And it's like, I don't want my full face and iris information to be sent to this company for them to independently verify if I'm in this video. So I think that that's one of those things we'll have to navigate and find solutions for. Currently, there's not even any empirical ways to find out if text is AI generated or not. We don't even know on that front. And there's people trying to work on it, but there's no verifiable way. So I think similarly, that will be one of the key challenges that we navigate in this new world.
Okay. Any question?
No sé si puedo hacer una pregunta.
Is one
Can I ask a question?
there? I don't know. One more question.
And I'll talk to you guys all after and answer all your questions. Yes.
Yes. I know that it's an amazing person and everyone wants to.
Hi, thank you for the chat. Very interesting. Tengo una curiosidad.
I have a question. I feel curious about something rather than anything else. Do you use filters with prospect clients? If you understand there is a client who might be toxic when using your technology, they're misusing your technology.
In your company, if you choose clients according if they're good or bad boys, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we filter our clients, oh, for sure. Because I think I didn't hear the start of your questions because I unfortunately I don't know Spanish. I need to learn Spanish. But would you say it's summarized by do we filter our clients?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I think my personal motivation for getting involved in this is that I think it will be extremely powerful technology, and I would like to hope that it's used well to create a more beautiful world that's better than something we can't anticipate versus creating a world that's bad. And it's hard because it involves some kind of moral judgment, because you're making a moral judgment of, oh, I believe that this deserves to be amplified, and I believe that this doesn't deserve to be amplified. And in some extremes, there are clear things, like obviously someone who's murderous and terrible should not be amplified. And obviously people who care about giving or are creating new inventions with trying to help people should be amplified. But then there's also the categorical point of, should anyone be moderating it at all, or is that just like not democratic in the first place to have any sort of decision? But right now we are deciding what companies we work with, because personally, when I think about my motivation for doing it, my motivation is to help organizations and companies grow that I think deserve to win, that might be underdogs or not have resources. So because of that, that's why we filter.
Okay, then we are going to finish with this. You love to invent, and what is your biggest dream invention in a highlight? One, two.
That's such a good question. Ever since I was little, I wanted to make a jetpack.
A jetpack?
A jetpack.
Yeah.
I would also like to do other things, but the first one that comes to mind is like a jetpack.
Okay.
And that's already been invented, so it's not even hard.
It's not difficult to, probably you can to get a perfect jackpad.
Yeah.
Because it's not working right now.
It's very loud. They have like 10 minutes of battery life. It's
and a small one.
Exactly.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So nice. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Están ahí dentro ya. Thank you so much, Ananya, Oscar. That was really powerful, Ananya. Os lo dije o no, 22 años, todo lo que ha...
Didn't I tell you? She's just 22 and everything she says is amazing. She'll be around during the coffee break, so you have still the opportunity to ask questions. And she likes people coming over to ask. That was great, and we are going to have the last session before the coffee break. The question is, how can we take ownership of digital citizenship? We're going to hear about this from Virginia Valseiro. She is an essential voice in this environment. And Sarvan Kabadisli, she is the key player in the solidproject.org project. They will be interviewed by Antonio Fumero, who describes himself as an innovation craftsman.
Sarvan Kabadisli, fundador de Dokieli, una herramienta que permite publicar y comentar documentos en la web sin depender de grandes plataformas. Figura clave en solidproject.org y miembro influyente del W3C Technical Architecture Group, donde se define el futuro de la web abierta. Con un doctorado en investigación sobre la web descentralizada, impulsa proyectos que ponen a las personas por encima de las plataformas y promueven una red más justa, inclusiva y colaborativa.
Right. Okay. Bueno. Test 1, 2.
Hola. Es copresidente. Su compromiso con la soberanía digital va más allá de la tecnología. Virginia defiende una web construida con estándares abiertos. Virginia Valseiro, referente en el movimiento de la web descentralizada. Virginia Valseiro, referente en el movimiento de la web descentralizada, es copresidenta del grupo
Muchas gracias. Just
Thank you very much.
can switch to English for the conversation. Como habéis visto,
As you've seen, you know, we like to get together once a year to slow down, breathe in, and take new energy for the new projects and the rest of the year. And we have a project represented here by Sarvan and Virginia. Sarvan has worked for many years to improve the web standards. The W3C, as you know, is the standardization body. And Virginia, as we tried to watch on that video, is someone who is also working with Sarvan, promoting the decentralized web movement. They're both working together on Dokili.
Switch to English for the conversation. The thing is that this conversation, we already have this conversation last night. And I have some notes from this conversation just for guiding us today. The first thing I wanted to do is to get the audience involved in the conversation from the very beginning. So I have just one simple question. Who in the audience has lost access to their content on the web because the platform you are using has changed its rules, its price scheme, its legal statement or whatever? Please raise your hands. Do you have any WordPress, any old WordPress platform or whatever? Thank you. Thank you. So here we have some evidence of this, of one of the key points of the conversation with you today. That is the point that many of us as individuals, as citizens, are creating content or creating whatever we want to share with more people. And we are using the web as we know it. And we are using web technologies. We are using a lot of platforms that are built on top of these technologies. But somehow, at a certain point in the recent history of internet, in the recent history of the web, as we know it, individuals or citizens has lost their power over these kind of tools we have for creating, we have for sharing, we have for making knowledge available to the world. And my point is, why is this way? When and how did we lost this power that is supposed to be inspired by the origins of the internet? Let's use this question as a starting point of this conversation. So, please.
That is a very interesting question. So nowadays, on the web, any of us can technically publish our own content everywhere, anywhere you want it. You can buy your own domain, your own storage, hosting service, whatever you prefer, and create a website, create a blog, and just publish your content. This is technically possible. It requires some technical knowledge as well, or some inclination to find out, or some time. It requires a privilege to be able to have the time and the skills and the knowledge to go and do all of that by yourself. As Antonio was saying, at some point, either by mistake or design, it became easier to just go and do that on platforms that provide you with the ease of doing that stuff. For example, something like Facebook or Twitter, you can just create an account and start posting your thoughts and your comments and talking to your friends and sharing different content. And that is easy. Whereas hosting your own website is still not the easiest thing. It's not rocket science, but it's also not the easiest thing. It's not just clicking a button and opening an account and you're ready to go. It does take like a process. So essentially what we're trying to do is to lower that barrier so that people can do that more easily. Because there is an advantage with these platforms that you just click a button and you create your account, you start posting, sharing your thoughts with the world. But there's a disadvantage that content, it's not yours. It belongs to those platform owners. So you lose it. You're giving away your content, your creations. So yeah, that's essentially the problem. The question as to why that happened or when that happened is a bit fuzzier. We can come up with all sorts of theories as like financial interests, agendas, capitalism. So yeah, I'm not sure if there's one answer to why, but this is the landscape that we're on right now, and these are the things that we're trying to help solve, essentially.
Yeah, maybe to add, I suppose we've exchanged some form of convenience to our
rights, quote unquote, on the web. I mean, after all, the web has always, it has been, decentralized from the start, or intentions, and anyone can still technically say anything about any topic. That hasn't changed. We have, what changes like a series of events and world events, politics. So there's many different forces acting on it. It's a new medium, if anything. We're still at the very early stages of this new media. If you compare this to like print media, it took centuries for it to sort of reconfigure society. And while we're right now we're looking at the web or even internet in a microscopic way, I think we don't have the full perspective to actually understand it, how things have evolved in this way. So same with all the other media. I mean, like electric media, anything from telegraph to TV. I mean, when TV or the radio came, people started behaving differently in their communities. They would sit around and listen to the radio show, or look at the TV in a group and have a conversation while that thing's happening. The web and the internet is also different ways of interacting with this society. So as Regina said, it's not like there's a single thing as to what caused this, but I think the importance is to acknowledge that this is a different medium, and getting a sense of how that is forming us, shaping us. Perhaps stand back and looking at it and reflecting on like what is this? What are the affordances or effects of this? And maybe go from there, because we can have a technical discussion about like how it works, or which actors were in place and what time, like what they did, but that still doesn't, I don't think, have a broader perspective on what we're dealing with. Again, we're like 30 years, I can't count now, but into the web, maybe another 75 years for the internet, whatever. It's a really short time. It's hard to make a sense of what that is. You can look at how the web has transformed our interactions, our social interactions. It's a tool, but it's revolutionized everything, information and our laws, how we move around the globe and everything, how we rely on the tools, the technologies. So who knows where that's actually going in 50 years. Earlier, there was discussion on integrating the technology into the human biology and whatnot. And with the web, it's like it's hard to see where that's going. But reflecting on the media, I think, is a good start on maybe some of the answers.
Okay. So being that the situation, what can we do as citizens, as individuals? I mean, in terms of digital sovereignty, that is the motto for this year's edition of the EmpoderaLIVE, what can we do as individuals, as citizens, for reclaiming back such a power, such a capacity for owning the media we're using for creating, we're using for sharing, we're using for interacting with other people, we are using for living on a daily basis? What can we do? Is Dokili an answer or an example?
Let me give context to what we're working on locally, but maybe even just before that, we need to keep in mind how the web sort of kicked off, right? The first web browser it wasn't just a browser, it was a browser editor, which you can still use this, but it's called the World Wide Web browser, and by Sir Tim Berners-Lee, and that allowed us to edit the content and write to the server directly on the changes to the document. We did not need to create an account somewhere, third-party service and whatnot, as we're accustomed to right now. But you were able to do that in the browser. But over some time, the right aspect, the dimension, sort of downgraded or even maybe disappeared and directly in the browser. So that gave kind of a birth to these services that requires us to create an account at XYZ in order to store our photos or documents or or social interactions at all these different services. And they're all, of course, speaking their own language as to how to shape your content and what tools, what interfaces you can use to actually access the data. Now, I'll just skip to Dokuli because there's a long history there. But what Dokuli is an authoring and annotation tool. It's a client-side editor. It's much like it's in the spirit of the first web browser. It is an application. And it essentially lets anyone to sign in with their own online identity and web ID, perhaps. And the tool discovers where the user stores their storage. And so it has no, in its sense, has no knowledge, determined or pre-configured knowledge of where you should have your identity, online identity, or where you should store. So each one of you can, sign into this, saying that this is where where my web ID is, this is where my storage is, or I have a bunch of them, and you can store your documents and annotations that way. I suppose, in a way, what we're after is really to enable people to go back to the roots of the web, is where anyone can create their own content and control their own content. With that comes a lot with, licensing, how you, express yourself on the web. For example, if you go to service A, like whether it's Facebook or Twitter or some other service, they restrict you on what you can say about yourself and what you can say about what content. And that's not interoperable, or it's not reusable anywhere else. In a way, with Dokuli, what we're trying to do as well, the content creator has the complete right or creativity over their own creation, and they can determine where they store this content as well as who can access it or how they protect this content. So I may create an article on my website, and your annotations can be stored wherever you want on the web. And in no way I have any right on where you choose to store that thing. And that is a choice that you have as a web citizen, or if you will. And it's an important right for everyone to self-publish or control your own content. Of course, that's not the end of the story, because we need to, there's a social system that's on the web that we need to interact, so we need to figure out how we can share our content.
Okay, great. And what can anyone in the audience do for us to start using Dokuli? How can they use this tool? How can we use this tool?
I would say the first thing that I would encourage everyone to do is to look for different ways. Dokuli is one way, in one of the things that you share online. If you're writing blog posts, if you're writing any sort of content, try it out, get a solid pod or any sort of storage that you prefer and try it out. You can try it out without signing in. You don't need to actually be signed in. You can also use Dokuli, download your content to your computer and save it there. You don't even have to store it anywhere. So you can try it out. But also, I would encourage everyone to, as the title of this presentation is Seize the Means of Digital Production, is take back your power over the stuff that you produce. That is not an easy challenge, because it requires us to find out a lot of stuff that is not easily given to us. It's not information that is, the processes are not simple. But just consider and think about all the different things that you put out, that you produce, your creativity, your expression, your identity, and how you could find alternatives to own it, to be in control of this content and this and your identity and your vacation pictures, your comments, your thoughts, your opinions. Yes, and with that comes also the web itself has empowered people to actually be all of us are content creators, right? It's not just like the people that are bloggers or journalists or YouTubers, like all of us are constantly creating content online. And this is great because before the web, we were more passive consumers of media. We were watching TV, we were reading books, but not necessarily being heard. We have the possibility to be heard, so I think that the next step for us is to take that and own it and be in control of that and not just give it away to corporations or platforms that then, like everyone, like a lot of people had their hand up when the question was like, have you ever been logged out of your own content because a platform changed its rules? That can happen. They can take it away any day. Like the platforms can go away. The Dokili lets you take your stuff wherever you go, even if you don't want to use Dokili anymore, even if the app goes down. You will always have your content. And I think that looking for ways to do that in every area that you produce content in your life, I think that would be the thing that I would like to encourage people.
I think that that's one of the key points here, because what you are stating resonates a lot with the words from our founder, Yolanda, this morning, in order to have the people empowering themselves. And this is probably changing the perspective. I mean, we have to reclaim back the power we originally have with this kind of technology that is the web itself. And the other thing that is still associated in my mind to your words are the words from Monique this morning, talking about humanizing the internet again. And I think that that's the different perspective of the same thing. I mean, we are talking here of a way of having this power back to the people, to the individuals as citizens. And in some way, this is a tool for humanizing the internet in from some perspective. So, do you think, or what did you learn from this movement of decentralized internet, on how can we really change the way we introduce a new technology on the community? I mean, how can we use this kind of tools like Dokili? I mean, I'm talking about Dokili as a case study or a use case for this approach. How can we, or what can we learn from Dokili on the way we have to approach this implementation of a new technology or a new decentralized approach to the internet within a community, within the society as a whole? It's a tricky question. It's just kind of a moonshot for having the conversation more open to have the audience getting into it.
I think that I can only answer that question, I think, as a technologist. I think that as developers, we need to, like what I think is important for us and guides us is to try to develop or strive to have always the good, like the common good in mind, and don't do harmful things. Don't build technology that is harmful. I see technology as a means to an end, or like many ends. To get to that end, we sometimes take shortcuts. I think that it's important not to make the problem worse, or in the way to solve one problem to create a bunch of other problems, which is essentially the situation that we're on now. On the way to make tools that let people share their thoughts and their pictures and their comments, we have also asked them to give up a lot along the way. And yesterday we had an open conversation with lots of different people, and the common thing that everyone kept raising was like they had no idea where their data is anymore, or who they given it to, or how to get it back, or how to delete it. It's almost impossible to track where you left your digital footprint, so to speak. I think that to answer your question from a technology's perspective, I would say that we need to always have that in mind, to not do harm when we are building the technologies that we're building.
That's a loaded question. I guess there's different ways of slicing it. There's a technical part, and some of that touches on standards. And that doesn't necessarily have to do with technical or web standards even. Although we have organizations that are working very hard, like W3C, to define those standards, like how we communicate on the web. And perhaps more importantly, based on what principles are we actually building these standards and the implementations and the tools that are based off those standards. And that is, in a way, the value that we put into it. So what kind of a web do we want? What kind of a society do we want? And always usually starts with the principles. If we are aligned with the principles, then at least we're in this general direction of where we want these things to be. The web is in a way a reflection of the society, and there's a feedback loop. How we want the web or what happens on the web affects our lives and vice versa. And so the standards gets us to a point, but web standards or internet standards are optional. They change all the time. They're not static. Those that show up to or have the privilege to show up to voice themselves to say, this should work this way and that should work that way, and the implications are huge because that affects many people's lives, right, across the globe. So, and so it's not one actor. There's people working on standards, and there's people implementing it. There's policymakers. For example, user agents, right? The web browser. What do we want? What are the duties of a user agent? And when we look closer, we can come up with things, right? Like you can say, well, I want to, as a user or as a group, we want to be able to trust the user agent, the web browser, because I don't want my web browser to do things behind the scenes and report every click I make or who I messaged or any of the interactions, right? I want it to protect me, to let me know, okay, this is a dangerous website, or maybe let's go further. Like, there's a need to web browser or a tool like Dokali even to help us identify the signal from noise better, which hasn't really been baked into the architecture of the web initially, but we still, we have a lot of lessons here that we can improve with. So, for example, wouldn't it be cool to have this, oh yeah button, right? You read something and you click a button somewhere in your browser because you're wondering, I'm not sure if 1 + 1 = 3. I'm going to check with my little tool that I trust to help me, give more context into what I'm reading, or who made that claim, under what context, or what is the source, how authentic it is. Can I check for logical fallacies? What are the citations and so forth? And so, and that's a way of, in a way, empowering the consumers as well as the content creators, right? Because as a reader or a consumer, I can navigate the web and better distinguish between my trusted assistants or whatever to help me evaluate the things that I'm looking at in a way that's suitable to my understanding of the world or my profile. And as content creators, we can improve the quality of the content. It could be more towards universal access in the sense that it's both human and machine readable, so help the machines to understand the content better so that the tools that are based on structure and whatnot can, of course, in the end, help the human make sense of what they're looking at. So it's a bit complex to split.
It was a tricky question, but that's great. I think we have 5 minutes left, so let the audience make some questions. If you have any question, we have time enough for a couple of them or 3 of them, maybe. Jan?
Thanks a lot. So I'm a YouTube content creator. What do you think about YouTube and the dominance of video?
Are we recording?
As a consumer, I'm a big fan of YouTube. I think we were talking actually about this last night, how the way that we use the web is a little bit of a reflection of the way that we use the old media. So I see that YouTube and Twitch or other streaming platforms resemble TV a lot. I think that we look at TV as like the guiding path or something. That is interesting because that happens a lot with other types of media online as well. We have blogs, which are essentially what newspapers or books used to be. We have YouTube and streaming platforms, which are essentially sort of a reflection of what TV used to be. I don't know if I have a particular opinion on whether like some form of content creation is like more expressive or better, or it should be done differently. YouTube as a platform where you put your content has its issues. It's convenient. You can create an account on YouTube and a lot of people will access your content easily. It will be indexed, it will be findable. You get access to a big audience. That is a convenience. It has its downsides. You're giving away a lot of control over the content that you're putting there. I would encourage every content creator to self-host their content, even though you lose a lot of those advantages. I think it's a friction that we have to go through all together as a community, because we have the power, we are creating these contents and they are like benefiting from it. We need to benefit from it. We need to take control over the content that we put out. Because we are the ones generating all this content. Like you are generating this content with your creativity and you shouldn't give it away. But it's not easy because at the beginning it's going to be like, I think somebody mentioned yesterday also an example, like I can as a person, as an individual, choose not to use a certain platform. It will cause me a lot of social friction, right? Like if I choose not to use WhatsApp, I will find it difficult to talk to a lot of my friends who are not in other platforms or in other services that I prefer, that I find more secure or more private, or I prefer to interact in. With choosing not to put your content on something like YouTube, you will go through a lot of friction. But if more and more of us do that, if we build a collective movement, we will be stronger. And you can see this in a lot of grassroots movements across history. It started with a small group of people, and as you become like more and more people, there is strength in numbers. So I think that we have to put up that fight and we have to like resist as a collective. Because that is the only thing that is going to give us our power back, essentially.
Can I add something to that? Sure. Not strictly about YouTube, but nobody needs to ask for permission to publish anything on the web. Well, it doesn't matter what content it is, whether it's videos or articles or pictures or social interactions, period. Like, you just don't need to. You get your own, as Regina already mentioned, if you want to put content on the web, there are ways to do that, accomplish that already. Like, it has been around for 30 years, that what changed the world, right? So definitely don't need to go through third parties to share content, and definitely don't need to agree to the third party terms of service to share that content. There's the technical ways to discover that content and share it. It's all there as possible. The other thing is what's baked into the architecture of the web is the URI, or the URI, or URL, if you will, these addresses. There's a notion of ownership. Whoever owns the URI, dictates what that resource on the web means. And you shape the first publisher of that URI, putting it on the web has a value. And the owner of it indicates, well, what does it mean? Is it a video? Like, what is it a video about? Or is it a scholarly article? And what does it say? And this is what I want to tie into the perhaps controlling and self-publishing content on the web, where as researchers, academics, scholars, we have the means to. The web came out from a need for information system at CERN so that scientists can exchange their findings and connect these different hard drives in a way. Yeah. And that's been possible. And to be a scientist or to contribute to science or humanity does not require us to go through a third party to share our findings. It never did. And if anyone, of course, we're in a system where we have to hop through third parties either by paying or waiving our copyright, or we have to pay additional fees for open access, right? And that's not necessary, because you can get your own web space and publish unlimited number of articles, scientific articles, if you wish, and you can do it under 100 euros or whatever a year, where you contrast that with, for example, a publisher, commercial publisher would charge for a single PDF to be put on the web, which is not even machine readable, and so on. And all these other things about whether it's archivable, whether it's certified or credible, are orthogonal things. Putting something on the web does not mean that it is accurate or credible, right? That's a separate thing that needs to be looked over or layered on top or alongside. Because I can put something and you can say, well, there's something wrong with your math there. We need to
I think,
look at it differently.
It's a key point, and we can close here the session with this point, because I think it's important to have the people understanding that we have the technology, we have the tools, we have the means, and we need us as citizens, as individuals, to reclaiming back this means, this power, and to empower us with these tools. So thank you very much, Sarven, Virginia, for sharing with us DocILIA and your project and your vision on how to humanize the internet again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Hasta luego.
Hola, hola. Muchas gracias.
Hello, thank you, Sarven and Virginia. So before the coffee break that we deserve, we need to listen to Javier Puche and Sonia Dama, who will be doing the civic verses. She will be telling us with a poem all of the contents of this morning. So Puche and Aldama.
Sí, lo voy a tocar.
Buenos días. Good morning. I just wanted to thank the translators because I know that translating or interpreting a poem is very tricky. I was started by reading a poem on Monique Moreau's intervention. We disappear without our identity. There are refugees or wishes, borders, refugees. We know our names. 1 billion of us are invisible. Let's protect our footprints. Let's protect our footprints from the somber mine of data that have been stolen, and let us help us resonate the voice of the echo of our inner voice. From Anaya Chanda, dreams are served with a key. They encrypt bonds of respect and they support fearless this planet of chaos. Without masks or privileges, they decipher what is human. We deserve to live without the restlessness of lies. We need to save lives with honesty, of balance and light. Sarven, Kapadiesli. Doors and gates are opening without any guardians. We're determined to not to show freed words. We flee from the giants. We trust all voices fly and decide upon their changes. Virginia Balseiro. And the cloud of voices, we can see the website. Other gazes are not asking for permission. This network is participating on waters that write the word justice in an open river that is also powerful. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Sonia. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Sonia and Javier. Javier Puche has played an interlude, something that he himself wrote. It's an honor for us to be able to hear it. And before breaking for coffee, Sonia, please come over to the stage again. How you do that? How you do it? Tell the audience what your strategy is. I don't know. This is what I do is what you do. I'm inspired by you. I try to focus and, well, magic comes from EmpoderaLIVE. So thank you for bringing this magic about. Please be back at 12:15, 12:15. Thank you.
mucho que ver con el café, de hecho, mucho que ver con el café, pero con un café ético consciente que cultiva no solo los cafetales, sino las personas que lo hacen. Esos pequeños agricultores y agricultoras en zonas muy locales, muy rurales, en los que Gabriela y Yori, que son nuestros próximos invitados, ponen en contacto con inversores a través de blockchain. Es algo fascinante, a mí me gusta mucho, enlazamos con el café, así es que la sesión de ahora viene al pelo. Y quiero presentar a Paula Gonzalo, que es la entrevistadora, ella es periodista también. Y bueno, os dejo con el vídeo de Yori y de Gabriela y que lo disfrutéis.
¿Nos han hecho un vídeo?
Jorian Brewster y Gabriela Chang, fundadores de EthicHub, una plataforma que conecta de forma segura con un sistema digital innovador a pequeños agricultores sin acceso a bancos con inversores globales. La experiencia de Yori como productor de café y la trayectoria de Gabriela en el impulso a pymes agrícolas se unen en una visión común: demostrar que la inversión de impacto social puede transformar comunidades y generar prosperidad compartida. Con este modelo innovador, EthicHub reduce riesgos, multiplica el impacto social y mejora la vida de miles de familias rurales. Hoy son referentes en inclusión financiera y economía regenerativa, llevando la confianza y las oportunidades a la economía local.
Bueno, pues es un gusto estar aquí un año más, además con un proyecto tan inspirador como EthicHub. Os va a encantar a todos. Esto va a ser como contaros una historia que apuesta por esta idea de una nueva soberanía digital, sobre una nueva forma de entender la economía, la sostenibilidad, y de cómo muchas veces, bueno, pues dos personas se juntan para hacer su alquimia, ¿no? y dar a luz proyectos tan bonitos como este. Gabriela, Yori, bueno, bienvenidos. Me gustaría empezar pues contándonos, Gabriela, ¿cuál es tu historia un poco con el café, ¿no? Que de alguna manera viene de muy atrás y es la semilla de este proyecto, ¿no?
Sí, pues contaros que yo crecí en Chiapas, en México, que es una de las regiones con más biodiversidad del mundo, y me acuerdo de niña, bueno, mi familia siempre estaba vinculada con la industria del café, y que es el rey de los agroforestales. No sé si sabéis que se puede mantener 2/3 de la biodiversidad mientras cultivas café bajo sombra, que es donde yo crecí y creía que era la norma, ¿no?, en el planeta. Entonces mi padre me contaba que cuando él era niño había lagartos, tigrillos, ¿no?, una serie de animales que a mí no me tocó ver. Sin embargo, yo todavía tengo el privilegio de desayunar viendo tucanes, armadillos y tal. Y pensé, voy a registrar esto para un día contárselo a mis hijas. Y luego pensé, pero ¿por qué tenemos que dar por hecho que esto se va a perder? Y si hacemos algo por mantenerlo y recuperar esta biodiversidad que está tan vinculada al mundo del café y a lo agroforestal, ¿no? Y entonces a partir de allí es que empezamos a darle vueltas de cómo los sistemas económicos pueden repercutir en el tipo de naturaleza, en el tipo de sistema productivo que queremos, ¿no? Y ese fue el origen. Yo trabajé, fui jefa de departamento en la Secretaría de Desarrollo Económico en México y estaba vinculada a las pymes y fui productora de café orgánico. Entonces, es un mundo con el que estábamos muy familiarizados antes de empezar a trabajar con esta solución.
Es curioso, ¿no? Porque yo nunca había pensado que se podía plantar café bajo sombra o café bajo sol, que ahora es lo que prevalece. Se han acabado con esos, o sea, se han multiplicado esta clase de cultivos al sol que resultan muchísimo más nocivos para el medio ambiente, ¿no? Y vuestro proyecto es una forma que trata de recuperar esta idea de cultivar bajo sombra. Y luego, bueno, pues de repente te juntas con Yori, que, bueno, pues tú venías, ¿no?, más del mundo de las finanzas, eras CEO ahí en una gran empresa, y hay un momento que dices, tengo que darle propósito, ¿no?,
Sí,
a esto
bueno,
que
me
estoy
gustaría
haciendo.
que no solo somos Gabriela y yo, ¿no? O sea, realmente ninguno de los dos somos los técnicos y nuestra solución también tiene una parte muy tecnológica.
Sí.
O sea, al final nosotros nacimos en 2017 como idea, intentando...
Uy, está zumbando un poquito.
Sí, se está zumbando, no sé por qué. Intentando... O sea...
And we are trying to use this vision that first appeared when blockchain came up. Blockchain would facilitate access of people to funding or financial services. Back in 2017, there were still 20 million people excluded from the financial system. Most of them were small producers in developing countries. We knew the coffee producers because of our background. My family also comes from the world of coffee. So we thought that there was something we were not understanding quite well. How can it be that on one side of the world there is so much coffee plantations, and if you go to the bank and put your money there and you get 0% of interest, and then on the other part of the world the capital is so little that these little producers have to pay a huge amount of interest if they do have access to funding. And that's precisely because of the lack of access to the global economy, due to the lack of digitization and so on. So that was the original idea that took us to this project. And we saw how technology was an enabler to build something that could break the capital flows barriers, that could help people join the global economy. So you decided to bring together the blockchain technology and sustainability and coffee. And as you said before, taking into account the people that do not belong to the banking system, and they usually work on agriculture. Yes, 1/4 of the world population doesn't have financial services according to the World Bank. Most of them are small producers and farmers living in poverty in spite of producing 1/3 of the food in the world. So we have a simple but ambitious vision. We want to have small supply chains where producers are more involved because they are very much related to the sustainable agricultural production systems. This is like a decentralized Amazon. And if we take care of it and if we promote it, we can have a social, economic and environmental impact. As you were saying before, Ethic Hub is not a project that is aiming at helping these farmers. This is rather about building bridges where both sides, where there is a feedback between both sides. There is the coffee that is drunk in the north is produced in the south. So tell us more about this idea of creating an egalitarian system. We believe, and we've proven, that technology allows us to create technology systems that can produce shared values instead of being extractive systems. So our name is Ethic Hub, and that's for a reason. Altruism has limitations, and for us it was important to prove that we can have a different economic system that does not depend on altruism. Or mutual benefit is better than donations, because you give donations when you can or want. This is not about charity. They produce something that has a lot of value. They need efficient economic systems. That's it. And the economy allows that, allows them to have their fair share in what they are producing. We have very structured systems with capital that focuses exclusively in money capital without taking into account the environmental and social capital. If we add all of the ingredients to that, we realize that they do not need any help. They need to be equal players in our systems. How does Ethic Hub work? So basically, everything comes from a participatory platform where you create a wallet with your email account and you choose the role you want to play. Whether you want to have a low risk, a low profitability, 8%, that's not bad, 8%. What you do with that is you lend digital euros or digital dollars to those farmers. It's cooperatives, actually, not single producers. Or you can decide to run more risks and more profitability, and you buy our token called ethics, and then you put it there for a specific cooperative. If that project, that cooperative has any problem, you are taking a risk, and your ethics, your token, can be used as a compensation for the farmers. You are taking the risk. To have a self-sufficient funding platform, we decided to include commercialization as a as a part of the model. The funds go to coffee producers, cooperative, and they pay back with coffee. We export it and sell it to specialty coffee makers in Spain. There is an important market. The coffee at the corner next door is one of our clients, actually. They buy that green coffee. They put their brand to it, and it's an alternative supply chain. This is different than going to the supermarket and buy the main brands. They are subsidiaries of the huge corporations. Those are commodity coffees that do not highlight the difference of the different kinds of production. We have high quality forestry produce coffee, and it is very important that that is known and that we support that production chain. We are preserving biodiversity, and as well the ancient cultures are preserved as well, and the ways of living. We also introduce technology. We also introduce a new way of understanding economy with a very important metric, which is ethics. You decided to use this name Ethic Hub and use this metric. Why was it so important? Because we believe that the main problem of the world is the disconnection. We speak about the global north and global south, and everything is interconnected. We believe that ethics is the common standard that unites everyone. So ethics should be common to all of the planet. Morals, that is different. That relates to cultures, groups, regions. A moral thing for a Christian person is different from a moral thing for a Muslim person. So moral is cultural, and ethics is universal. We are inspired by a wonderful book called The Chronicles of Ultramodernity by José Antonio Marina, a Spanish philosopher, who says that the ultramodernity will be ethical or won't be at all. We need a future that brings us together to create actual global systems. How can it be global if it's imposed by Europe or North America to the rest of the world? Let me delve into this issue a little bit more. This has very much to do with things that have been said here today. It was I like what Anya said. That was mind-blowing, all the things you can do with technology. That's amazing. And all of the technologies developed by humanity throughout history have been used for the good and the evil. So it is important to reach the awareness and responsibility levels with what we create, so we do not create more problems than benefits. bioengineering can create huge monsters and viruses, and that's probably not what we wish for. Or the genetically modified seeds, that's part of our business. So they prevent plants from reproducing themselves through their seeds. And you're creating a new problem. There is cross-pollination that's leading to cross-pollination of local varieties, and they're losing their ability to spawn. So what we are doing here is not only learning from the different possibilities, but also from the responsibility we must take as human beings. That's right, as human beings and also as consumers. We heard about digital sovereignty and the new digital citizenship, and we can get our power back as consumers. And our purchase decisions, our decisions on where we buy and what we buy, what we consume, that defines us. It's very important to give consumers back, to give them their ability to transform the society. Yes, I like to underline that as consumers, we have an obligation. If we have the privilege to eat 3 times a day, we are moving the world with our privilege. What kind of coffee are you buying? In 1993, 60% of the coffee in the world was from agroforestry. Today, it's down to 25%. We've seen some pictures of the farmers you work with. Yes, that's something you can't see. If you go to the supermarket, you see a price and quality, but quality goes much beyond that. It's not just the taste of it. Who grew it, how it was grown, did they promote biodiversity or did they erode biodiversity? We've come to a point where there's a regulation signed by over 120 countries that will be mandatory very shortly, and they will have to provide details on the impact on biodiversity of the products, and we are seeing that, we're experiencing that now. That's probably the easiest thing we can do. When you go to the supermarket, you can go and decide to buy certain eggs, buy flow-grown hens that are not only better for your health, but you're also preventing animal suffering. You're promoting deindustrialization of that product in particular. Same thing for flour, for instance. If you're buying cheap flour, it might be American, not Europe, and it probably has a glyphosate, and it is not that you have intolerance to gluten, it's that you are eating herbicides. So that's a problem, and on top of that, you are promoting an agricultural model where you are killing all the biodiversity, the bees and everything. And whereas if you buy organic wheat from a certain village and so on, you know where it comes from, you know that the money is reaching the local farmer, it's a proximity economy, it's a local economy. You're not promoting a model that's leading to desertification. Actually, that's one of the problems. To fight climate change, to fight the global warming, one of the main things is agriculture. The potential is almost 100 gigatons to transform if we move from an industrialized agriculture with fertilizers, herbicides, and so on. If we move from there to generative agriculture, promoting biodiversity and the rainfall and so on. And there's technology as well. It's important to understand how blockchain and the support systems protect our investments. We as investments want to have our 8% interest, but we also want to protect the farmers. So how is this? How does this system work? So this is a way to provide a guarantee, collective guarantees to the farmers. This is called combined funding. You run the risk for other people to work without risks. After some years working in this platform, 100% of our investors have got their capital plus their interests back through their risking system. The important thing here is that the system alleviates and relieves the interest of all the participants, cooperatives, the auditors, and the collective guarantors work in a way that what's best for everyone is to bring in cooperatives that work. Ethic Hub can teach other industries to design can help them promote these type of actions. How are the communities transformed through this project? It's a tiered process. The poverty of producing farmers is very complex. This is not only about funding, it is also access to markets and also continuity, knowing that they will have the resources the year after helps them plan. They know that they can send their kids to schools because they can afford it. And regarding their own perception, the way they see what they're doing themselves that's wonderful. In the coffee market, there are huge amounts of everything, so everything is mixed up. So they, without intermediaries, they're exporting to Europe products with their name and surname. They know that people are drinking their coffee, acknowledging their quality, and knowing what it comes from. And you're getting more money from that, and the quality is acknowledged. So you do this, if you know that, you do this with another attitude, you do this better and happier. And that is contagious, and other people around you would see that, and they will want to do that as well. So there are ways to do that, and this is a way to set an example with actual, with facts, with actual income, and they show that it makes sense to make things this way. And then we can drink our crypto coffee, and you might have the chance to drink it too, and you will have the chance to ask questions later on. But let me ask one myself now. Say I want to support this way of producing coffee, and I decide to invest 1,000 euros, and I care for my for their economic for their economic well-being. Not this is not about charity. How can I do that? It's quite simple. What's difficult in technology is to do simple things. It's been many years, and many people are probably still complaining about this, but the thing is that you go there, you enter your email, and you can create a profile with your identity, just like with a bank. Any protocol related to the traditional protocol system. So we check that that account is not related to any money laundering or anything. And then you can choose to lend. If you have crypto, then it's easier. The money is in your wallet, and then you lend. That's pretty straightforward, depending on you want to be exposed to. Otherwise, you can use your Visa for payments. You can invest on smart contracts, and that's the interesting thing about this. There is full traceability, and it goes from your wallet to a smart contract with preset conditions. And then you have the other option, which is the one you can do, the ethics. What is it? Yes, you can use your credit card or buy them on your own, but that's a little bit more complicated if you are not in the decentralized finance world. Another question, do producers have pressure from other companies so they don't follow that trend to have that grow system in the shade? 80% of the coffee in the world is produced by these farmers without any bank account, farmers who do not exist. The benefit goes to, or the income goes to all the intermediaries. It is not difficult to find those intermediaries that are always fighting to get new markets and funding and so on. It's 1 in 8 or in 10 is them. The barrier to the direct participation for them has always been the digital ID, which they don't have, and all the requirements from the traditional banking system that makes them being excluded. So we are not perceived as enemies because that happens at a level they do not work at. This is just sound that runs through your fingers for them. When you buy coffee, when you buy a coffee at the coffee shop, maybe you pay €3, or you go to the supermarket, you buy a kilo of coffee for whatever. The question is, how much do producers get from that? Not much. The supply chain is so badly created that the one making the money is the one putting the brand to the product. The supply chain is absurd at a macro level. On the one hand, there is 25 million poor people, and on the other hand, there are 2 companies with less than 1,000 shareholders making millions. This is one of the most asymmetrical value chains in the world. This is also about giving them their identity back, and also to give them the work. This is about empowering them. Empodera. This is about empowering. That's right, empowering through coffee. And also, I guess that this invisibility, not being a part of the banking system, is as if their ID were stolen. And through this project, they can also go back to society, re-enter society at a banking level as well, to get credit, for instance. Does this also have an impact on them somehow? Because they start being able to have fixed investments that can help them be part of the system and benefit from the system and having a bank account, for instance?
Well, I think it's or many different factors or drivers. There is, of course, a direct correlation. You know that there are more than 1 billion people who don't have light. Small small farmers in the mountains. You see the correlation? And they don't have a telephone line or connectivity. They only have a smartphone to take pictures, and then they wait until they go to a city and have a Wi-Fi connection to send it over to Facebook. But I'm not a big fan of Elon Musk, but for them, Starlink is making a major change, or even PV panels. Because that way they have electricity and they have an internet connection. Starlink is making it to the most remote areas in the planet. When we started out, we dreamt of working with farmers, and it was completely impossible. Now it's starting to be a reality. And then you don't need to make an investment and buy a costly antenna. You can have it on your smartphone. So that way, that will be part of the global economy. That way, you have a smartphone, you have a telephone line, you have an internet connection, so you can get connected to the rest of the planet. You can look for people to sell your products to. You can look at the prices, the providers. So you stop being uncommunicated because whether we like it or not, the world is digitized. If you don't have a website, if you're not on Google Maps, you don't exist. So imagine all the people who don't exist because they don't have electricity or an internet connection. So this is going to be a revolution because they're going to be able to interact with a global system that is designed to be comprehensive. So we said that we needed to rehumanize the internet and the economy. And not just because it's humanizing means anthropocentrism. And that has brought about many problems because that gave us like the right to exploit the environment. So we need to rehumanize and also become aware of the comprehensiveness of our role as part of the planet and our need to coexist with that nature, even if as much as technology can evolve, it can never compete with the very complex system our nature is after many millions of years. I think the idea of traveling to Mars is a dystopic dream. For instance, Mars competing against the Sahara in terms of habitability, well, that would take it millions of years. So we'd better take care of the planet as of now instead of investing money in the space race. Because artificial intelligence will be able to generate a fake video of us drinking coffee, but the reality, the scent, the aroma, the flavor of the coffee cannot be faked. And you can also replicate it for cocoa, right? Yeah, it's like, it's an industry we know very well, so it's like we want to consolidate it. We want to be the Amazon of that kind of industry. We can extrapolate to many crops outside of agriculture because that's why we chose the name Ethic Hub and not Agri Hub. So persuading people not to fear cryptocurrencies was already a milestone. And so persuading crypto pros that they can invest in sustainable investments will be another major step. We don't even mention cryptocurrencies to some people because, well, technology has proven, or we have proven that technology is not just another way to exploit people. Those farmers can benefit from technology even if they don't directly interact with the blockchain technology. They benefit from it thanks to the incentive system. So not having connectivity cannot be a barrier. Not having that barrier will make them more connected, more empowered, more traceable. But they don't need it to be able to benefit from it. Because many people 8 years ago said, do you think blockchain is ready for us to improve our financial system? Because in Europe, we don't have severe problems with the financial system, but ask someone in Venezuela. They were the first to adopt the blockchain technology because they were in a critical situation. They needed it the way it was. So we've put like the reins to that wild horse. But it was a reality 8 years ago. My aunt in Europe could send money to a cooperative in Chiapas in Mexico as of then, and now it has been improved. But we can use what exists as of now instead of waiting for something to be perfect or ideal. So Ethic Hub means having in an ethical way. So I think we can take some questions from the audience. Any remarks Well, this coffee smells so good. It's sourced from a place over 1,600 meters of height. He says he drinks up to 5 coffee cups a day. Can you sleep? And can you sleep after that? Yes, he can. But you also grow the green bean with not many tannins. Yeah, you have Robusta and Arabica varieties. We do Arabica. And it has only 1/3 of the caffeine in Robusta. Yeah, and green coffee means before it's roasted. So my question is, regarding the financial aspects, you know, that money is intangible, and it's always a fuss or a mess, but there's something you can do about it always. But coffee is not intangible, it's a material asset, and you have to you have to transfer it, right? So what is the logistic behind it? What platform do you have? Well, when you buy that coffee, you're buying it, you're paying for it in advance. So that money makes them be able to fund all their costs, to cover all their costs. So that's basically what you're paying for, the coffee and how it gets to you, how it gets delivered to you. But I understand your question. We don't have warehouses. We outsource everything. The cooperative buys everything. It sources everything locally. And then we buy exporters, freight ships, and specialized services. And then coffee arrives in Spain, Barcelona, especially. We have a convention with a company called Mollenberger, or something like that, he says, that specializes in coffee logistics. So they store all the coffee, and then they deliver it to the 80 roasters in Spain and abroad. Another question? Yes, I want to know how you face the tax system, how you pay your taxes, because everyone has to pay taxes, even those who don't work with banks. What about cryptocurrencies and profitability? Unless you don't file your taxes, so how you deal with that? We don't really have to pay taxes. Taxes have to be paid by those who invest. It's like when you buy cryptocurrencies, and once you sell it back, you have to pay taxes on the benefits, so on the profits. So this is the same. You invest 100, and then your profit is 8, and you have to include those 8, whatever the currency, in your tax declaration. But it is not a responsibility. It's every user's responsibility. But I'd like to call your attention on, yeah, it's good to call the attention on that, because this can be controversial, because this world we live in has a social burden, and the social burden is supported by the revenues from work and not the capital revenues. They fly away as soon as our government starts increasing levying taxes on capital assets and capitals. Well, people just go away and they go to the tax havens. So big fortunes are not paying enough taxes. It's not just me saying so, it's Warren Buffett. He feels it is unfair for him to pay almost zero and his secretary 33% for her revenues. So we have to rethink the way this works. Those cryptocurrencies are making it easier for you to have your money on the metaverse. It is made possible for everyone, not just the people with big money. No, everyone can have that money in the cloud. So that forces us to rethink the way this works. And this debate is gonna grow very big. Now the big asset in the economic world is data. But only for big companies in the world are making profits out of them. They don't pay taxes in Spain, even if they have millions of users, Facebook users, of WhatsApp users. And they use data from those users to train their AI systems. So of course we need to tax all those assets. Everything is interconnected. We need to rethink the full tax system. Any more questions? Thank you. I have two questions. The first one is, well, since you're talking about smart contracts, this is based on the Ethereum network. Well, Zelo, which is layer 2 Ethereum. This is what we use nowadays because of the costs. The second question is the asymmetrical supply chains in the coffee industry. I understand the value or the benefits of Ethic Hub. But at the same time, not everybody can afford paying for, organic flour. Do you take into account that some people just cannot afford quality products? We needed to focus on generating impact on the side of producers, coffee growers, who've been historically unprotected for decades. There is a macroeconomic trend to buy specialty coffee, high quality coffee, and we want to leverage on that trend, to channel that money on the small producers. We don't have a perfect solution. I know we're not helping people on low income, but we focus to work on the producers. But if this becomes the standard, then the other side will benefit from it too. We're not putting all the cost on the consumer side. It's like when you buy a pair of flip-flops and you think, oh, this only cost me €1. And you think it's great that you had a big deal, but you're not thinking about the pollution you're creating with that purchase. So we are not making the consumers pay for all the benefits we are giving to the growers, to the producers. Once these standards become the standard, then you won't be surprised to see the price you have to pay for an organic coffee blend. No more questions? And we're out of time. Anyway, it was super inspiring. So please have a cup of crypto sustainable coffee.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Gabriela and Jody. That was inspiring, right? And two takeaways. We can be responsible consumers, as Gabriela and Jody say. So let's do it. We all like coffee, so if you want to buy Ethic coffee, or if you want to invest on Ethic Hub, please do so. Thank you. And now Javier Pucci will be playing his own song, Away from the Sea.
Muchas gracias, Javier.
Thank you, Javier. And now we have a person coming from the Dominican Republic. She's part of a new generation of leaders who uses the technology to empower people. And now we see how public institutions are using technology to give power back to the technology, to the society. She is the managing director of the Center for Public Intelligence institution, from where she promotes the construction of a public AI stack for Latin America. And Mr. Pulido will interview her.
CPI, Melissa Muñoz lidera la construcción de un modelo de IA para América Latina, pensado para el bien común. Su visión es que la IA sea una herramienta de soberanía tecnológica, al servicio de todas las personas y no de unos pocos. Forma parte de una nueva generación de líderes que usan la tecnología para transformar la gobernanza y fortalecer las instituciones. Y lo resume con un mensaje claro: la soberanía digital se construye con visión local, pero con impacto global.
Bueno, nos habéis pillado aquí cogiendo agua. Estamos un poco nerviosos, pero
We are a bit nervous because it's our first time in Empodera. You're super seasoned, super experts, with a great moderator, with a great MC, Mary Streep, 22 Academy nominations. But now this is a new table. You're talking about the public administration, the government. In this edition, we're seeing that technology is everywhere in our life, in government, in dialogues, in our personal life, in the work life. But then we cannot forget about the government. The institutions that have to take progress everywhere to everyone, especially those who are most vulnerable in our regions, in our countries. We cannot be Eurocentric anymore. So we'll be talking about Latin America. In Cyber Voluntarios, we have Cyber Voluntarios Network a project that is trying to create a global network of co-governance where Latin America plays a key role. So artificial intelligence is creating a specific service for Latin America. So you work for the public administration, for the government. You led the first national strategy of artificial intelligence for Latin America and the Caribbean. So what lessons did you learn and what can you use it? Thank you. This is my first time in Empodera. Maybe, well, I hope it won't be the last one, Yolanda. We are always open to this type of spaces. We want to make everyone aware of how this sensitization process is very important from the Center of Public Initiative. So I have a long career in the government because I started out very early in my life in the Dominican Republic. I started working for the government's Office for Technology, Communication and Information, the OCTIC, that leads all the digital transformation process in the country. So when I started out, I had a very social background because I studied political sciences and international relations. I am a big fan of the United States. I'm not a technical person at all, but I wanted to find solutions to problems and how to do things differently and things like that. So when I then sat down with a bunch of developers, I got frustrated. I don't know if you've ever worked with technicians, but it's very difficult for them to bring about something good and new and people-focused. So it was hard for me, but I learned something from it. I didn't want the developer to say, no, because this is going to take 7 months. Okay, 7 months. So at the end of the 7th month, nothing was done. The developer had done nothing, and then he did everything in less than 1 month. So I said, well, okay, this is not as difficult as you said at the beginning. I don't get it. So that's when I decided to learn it myself. And everything I found was magnificent because I thought I can use this to rethink the way we do public policies and the way we work at the government. I like things happening, and I have a brilliant team. And so we launched the National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence. Imagine the Dominican Republic is a very small island, 10 million people. 2023, nobody had an articulated, or a few countries only had an articulated strategy, no one in the Caribbean. So that put us in the spotlight. And so everybody started looking at us and how we were doing it. But I don't want to make this story very long. I just want to tell you how we did this and how it is leading my life today. All the public institutions in the government are looking at how to solve problems with an app, with a chatbot, with a reform, with a policy. They all work in silos. When they're trying to solve a specific problem, they think about it within just one ministry. They solve a problem in education, let's say. So the Ministry for Education solves it, and then they put money on it, and they solve something related to the education world. And then in the Ministry of Finance, they work on financial reforms, and that's it. They work in silos. And we had an important, we have a very, very common problem in the Dominican Republic. Imagine a girl that becomes pregnant at 16, and they have several problems because they have to drop out of school, and they have a financial problem, they have a safety problem, so problems are not like silos. One person can have multiple problems at the same time. So all these policies need to be interconnected. And we need to explore the potential of scale economies. For those of us who work on public policies, when we find this wonderful concept, I come from a context where the government doesn't have any money. I don't know how it is, what it is like in Spain. And so we have to struggle with money. And then we're told, if you have many more users using a technology and everything will be cheaper, that opens like a new world for me. We need more users. So I'm a big defendant of open source because it opens up a new ecosystem with added benefits. It's like vendor lock-in. It doesn't happen anymore. And then you can share the costs. You can lead the race towards the sovereignty. And then it opens up a new array of concepts: digital public goods, digital public infrastructure. It just means using reusable software blocks to make digital transformation easier. In DPI, deep public infrastructure, means using that software, that open source apps that are already there, that already exist, so that the rest of entities doesn't have to build them anew. It's like building a road. Everybody can use the same road. If I'm building an app, I want other ministries, other public entities to use the same app. And that relates to digital identity, payment gateways, interoperability, data exchange. We have those 4 basic DPIs. And this translates as follows. Imagine we have a certain ministry that wants to launch an online service. And for that, of course, the user will have to authenticate, will have to pay for it if it's not free. It will have to get data from other institutions, so we need interoperability. So that public institution was investing on comprehensive software. Well, the same software can be used for other entities. We have duplicated software applications. But open source allows us to use replicable blocks in the software that other ministries, other public entities can reuse instead of building them from scratch. So let's talk about some of those concepts. And tell us about the Institute, the Center for Public Infrastructures. A year ago, I went to Oxford to do a master's degree on governance, and then my partner was there doing a fellowship in the AI Institute in the same university. The CPI is the Center for Public Intelligence. So we worked together, and we wanted to take all we were learning at college into something real back in our countries, the Global South. So that's why we decided to create a research lab. English is always better, right? Research lab. Where we rethink how we can do new governments thanks to public intelligence. And sometimes we are slow. In the Dominican Republic, we want to create all these, we want to transform this AI into tangible material things. For instance, the new internet, the new electricity supply, a new revolution, a real new revolution to the world. And now we want to put it in the hands of the people. And we want people to be empowered. We want artificial intelligence to become an infrastructure. And that infrastructure needs to be built collectively so that it is transparent and open. Yeah, so public entities, artificial intelligence, and reaching everyone. This is like the melody when we need the voice of the Caribbean, the Dominican Republic. And let's talk about the concepts you mentioned earlier. Citizens, collective digital sovereignty, and you have technology sovereignty, technological sovereignty, citizens, digital sovereignty, and public technological sovereignty, right?
Of course. To me, digital sovereignty means that every country has the ability to understand its technology, what it is, how to use it, how it's made, and to be able to decide on that technology. So we are speaking about talent, but we're also speaking about good governance of that technology. Regarding AI, that is the most trendy AI that opens up to new opportunities, and it gives the new opportunity to new infrastructure that can lead to new revolution in the world. In a world that is marked by America first, where we have countries from the global north and so on. And that's also our approach, our perspective in Latin America. So there is a lot of AI, but what about us? How do we move from users to active players in that industry? I think that's an opportunity for Latin America. How can we also build on that? As I said before, the alternative we have is to build this as an ecosystem with an open AI we can share. And let's explore more about that. I would like you to go into the details of Latin America. This notion is very important, not only for Latin America, it also applies to other regions that are not in the global north. So why is it important to think of a model that does not depend on other options? And there I would like to know more about the public air stack. Why is it so important for Latin America? Why is it important to think on this, to reflect on this from Latin America? It opens a new world of opportunities that the region is not harnessing. And that's not only the region of Latin America, that applies to any other. So since it is not being harnessed, it's living out a huge, brand new world. And these affects of the opportunities that could come to our countries. So now to speak about the public AI stack, that's the product we are working on at the CPI. So what's an AI stack? A stack is a block of things, and with the AI approach, that's the layers that make generative AI happen. First layer is data, second layer is models, third layer, well, that's actually infrastructure where the models are stored, CPUs, the cloud data centers, and so on. And the final layer is applications, ChatGPT, Gemini, and so on. What we can access and where the users can interact with the stack. From the public point of view, the question is, how can we guarantee an AI stack that's completely public, where data are open data and the models are open source, that's available for the citizenship with public infrastructure, and applications for civil use. That is precisely what we are trying to create at the CPI. And the way to do that is through this ecosystem. We are sharing the load in different countries to develop R&D. It is very expensive. To develop technology is very expensive. To buy a GPU, having quality data, that's difficult. So the logics here, the rationale is being an alternative to the big tech. This is different from the big tech AI stack. In the big tech companies, that's private, it's closed. The government has to pay to access those services. The citizenship will never be able to control what's being done and who it's targeting. So we want this to be to belong to everyone. This is not about leaving out the private sector. This is about an alternative to make this available regardless of the rest. So we only have 3 minutes. Our time has flown. We'll have more time later on for more questions during the breaks. But let's now speak about the agentic government. That's a very powerful idea on how not only to automate the public concept, but to think ahead and to customize public services. I want you to give us examples on how the agentic government can impact the daily lives of citizens. Okay, so there's the agentic government and all that. And before that, let me say, what we define as agentic government at the CPI is that the citizens can deal with AI directly to do there's together services. The first thing we are developing is the Open CPI. That's the Copper West project. We are still working for the Dominican Republic, and we wanted to create an AI that's able to run services. By doing that, we realized how many problems we can find in such projects in Latin America. That we don't have robust public infrastructure. And then we reached the second stage. Apart from this CPI interactive with the citizens through verifiable credentials, it works with identity, digital identity problems, roles, definitions, permits, and also to come up with a software catalog. And then the AI with a catalog on public services available on digital can run services through that. It can be easily done through ChatGPT. You can do it, but the idea is to take this to the government to make this more accessible and faster. The whole point about this is to help citizens have a friendlier experience with the state. So this is not about getting a certificate that takes 3 hours or requesting here and then getting a response from our request and then so on and so forth. So how can we skip all that red tape? How can we make the government be something that is not a pain in the neck, but something that can make us our lives easier? And it can take public services to millions of people throughout the world that are far from the state. People who are very far from public administration. So here in Europe, we have this social security around the corner. And in Latin America, the situation is very different. So let's think outside the European vision. And that was very interesting. Now we can move on to the questions. We have 5 minutes for questions from the audience. Hi, Melissa. I have one question on open source. I have been working on private software companies, the bodies, and I've sold a lot to the public administration. So I want to know, what's your idea to develop all these ideas on open source in a safe way? Do you have public developers, such as civil servants? Or do you have partner companies? Or do you have a partnership with other countries? Or how are you going to do this? Well, first of all, thank you. And that's great that you know of open source. As I said before, this project was launched this year, and the idea is to have a fully accessible stack from any repository. The GOP West has now the first phase code. So it is now available with its due license. There are several publications. It's been updated. It has all the necessary licenses, and the idea is to open up the contributors policy at a national level in the Dominican Republic. And then the idea is to publish all this as a part of a modular stack where other countries can also access that code. We want to open up the contributions to all the AI stack, mainly aiming at the applications, but that's an ongoing process. So if you want later on, we can discuss it and so on. We are a non-profit. We are not from the public sector. We have 7 developers in our team. We are also working with a university that's doing all of the R&D project, and they approached us for this project, and we have the support of the CPI technical staff. The idea is to replicate a similar structure in other Latin American countries. Do you have time for one more question? Yes. Hi, Melissa. My question is as follows. I like this style you are trying to have with open source AI, which is very important nowadays for the public structure. But there is that step. You said you are a non-profit, and you're still not working with public infrastructure. So I would like to know what's missing. What does it take for a government to accept using those technologies? Wow. What's missing? Antonio had other questions we didn't discuss. The challenges to this vision. The first challenge is talent. In Latin America, we are lacking a lot of training. We need to have a better understanding for more empowered citizens who know how to demand what they need, and they can demand technical aspects. As I was trying to do with the government. So we need talent, we need budget, because working with AI takes a lot of money, and quality data. How can we make our data as we should? But the first and the main and the sole problem there actually is will. And how do you find political will? That's a usual question in political science. People think that it's up to the civil servants or the president to decide. And that comes from the public agenda, and the public agenda comes from the citizens who vote. So, citizens, I have a clear message. Learn from this. But I demand you to do that. Public does not mean government. It means accessible for everyone, and it has to be curated and audited by the people. That's great. So you said that we were going to speak about political will and the citizens' digital sovereignty. The public digital sovereignty is built with political will, but also with citizens who are working towards including this in the agenda. So thank you very much, Melissa, and we go on.
Antes de la siguiente y última ponencia, antes de la comida.
So before the next and last presentation before lunch, we will have another piece by our pianist.
Muchas gracias, Javier.
Thank you very much, Javier. So before we give the floor to the next speaker, thanks to Melissa for bringing us hope to the citizens. The public is not necessarily a pain in the neck. Public is necessary. You can count on us. Thank you very much. So before lunch, we have straight from Helsinki, Irina Velasco. She is a specialist on the management, program management, and she does researches on how collective intelligence can lead us to comply with the SDGs. She'll be interviewed by EmpoderaLIVE.
para ello, el negocio social es esencial para construir un futuro más justo y sostenible.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be your interviewer because I feel like your work connects with something I'm passionate about, which is bridging local experiences with global knowledge. And you work both on the ground in the Philippines, as we were watching there, and now at the global level with UN Future Labs. What first drew you into this intersection between civic technology and foresight?
Yeah, thank you very much, Demo, and thank you as well, Yolanda, Angel, and the rest of the team. It really is such a privilege to be a part of this collective intelligence exercise that we're all doing as well. You know, all the conversations we've been having on the side, but also all the presentations that we've had and have yet to have. So really grateful to be here. As you've seen in the video, so I was one of the 90 heads of exploration in UNDP accelerator labs across the world. We were onboarded around 2019. And the idea was, to be able to look at how can we harness innovation to accelerate progress towards the SDGs. The pandemics happened soon after, so that was a great test, to make that happen. And so for us, given all the digital initiatives that was happening in the Philippines, it was very important for us to think about, given that a lot of things were changing, weak signals of change were suddenly becoming trends and then drivers. There was a need for urgent response that leaves no one behind, that does no harm, but also how can we make sure that the interventions that we're making are seeds for a better post-pandemic future. And in our case, some of the initiatives include looking at digital financial systems as a way to bank the unbanked in the Philippines. And I believe some of the examples shared about that a while ago. Also looking at, how the different sectors of society coming together to address the pandemic can eventually lead to more inclusive economic systems. Mm-hmm. So that was my starting point for it.
Yeah, for you personally, was there a particular project or a particular moment that convinced you to, okay, this is the path to follow, the connection between local experience and global knowledge?
Yeah.
It was like that moment, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Now you're working at the UN Global Horizon Scanning Initiative, which is a fascinating idea. So I would like to ask you if you can explain to us what is it and why it matters for anticipatory governance.
Yeah, thank you. So in many ways, the UN Global Horizon Scanning Initiative is an opportunity to bring together the different intelligence across the UN system, right? To bring, what we're learning, what we're seeing, what our stakeholders are experiencing from anywhere from the lens of peace building, security, development, food, trade, digitalization and all of that, so that we could eventually plan better, or actually, feed into decision making through better planning, programming, and policies. So, and actually the UN Secretary General recently launched a report that talks about how we could use digitalization to break silos in the work that we're doing. And this is, an effort to contribute to that, so that, we can look at what are the synergies that we can already build on, but also minimize duplication, and then also move forward with our work in a more efficient way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What do you think that makes these projects different to other foresight exercises that UN may have done?
Yeah, thanks. Well, actually, that's the thing too. We recognize that across the UN system, there have been different initiatives to do futurist thinking, strategic foresight, and so on. And this tool aims to bring all of that together. To surface, what are the convergences, divergences. At the recent Science, Technology, and Innovation Forum, we did a soft launch of the tool, we were prototyping it, and what we found is that, yeah, it's great to know that there's a lot of conversions in the work that we're doing. We want to make sure that, the recommendations that one UN entity is making is not contradicting the recommendations of another. So far, we're okay. There are areas of divergences, but what we found is that it's not so much about the contradictions, but surfacing the nuances. That naturally happens when you look at different issues from different lenses and perspectives. And this is where I'd like to make a shout out to yesterday's sessions, where one of the points that was made is, the sector can depend on the stakeholder that's looking at it. And again, considering the wide mandate of the UN and all the stakeholders that we get to engage, and making sure that we leave no one behind. These are the issues that we're trying to balance as well.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned the launch of the AI tool you are prototyping now. Please tell us a bit more about how it works. Why do you think that it is so important and it matters?
Yeah, thank you. So at the moment, we've started feeding it a few futures and foresight reports from different UN agencies. What it does is, you can ask a question, and then it will analyze and also show and visualize, what are the emerging themes, what are the most, compelling ones, but then also where are the gaps. So we also know where to invest more and so on. So yeah, there's also a lot, at the moment we're also developing it so that it better can respond to questions around context, especially, given the work that we're doing at local, national, regional, and global levels as well.
Mm-hmm. What are the challenges you're facing to make this tool work at scale, make it have a global impact?
Yeah, thanks. To quote Monique this morning, garbage in, garbage out. and for us, it's very important because, we're essentially training a tool to be able to unpack all the different expertise and nuances thematically, right? So one of the questions that we're asking right now is, how much do we, when you look at climate change, how much do we cluster the idea of climate change, climate finance, climate action, climate resilience, mitigation, adaptation, and so on, because they are related. But then we will also have experts that say, no, there are particular nuances in how we approach these things. So that's one of the things that we're wrapping our head around, because I think across the UN system, there's huge enthusiasm for us to come together. But now the question is how do we actually do that? Since we are looking at things more systematically in a more integrated manner, but how do we also make sure that there's space for each other to not forget these nuances. Another example of that is, if you look at an issue called climate security, people from climate change will see climate security as a governance issue. Meanwhile, people from a military perspective might see climate security as an environmental issue. And so, when someone asks the AI tool, it's about us also being more mindful in terms of the prompts that we use and we train it with, so that it can also cater to the different ways people might also approach it. Because as we are developing this tool, we want to make sure that this is also accessible to different UN colleagues, whether it's the drivers on the ground or someone more technical, or someone's preparing a communications output catering to young people and so on. These are things that we're currently thinking about.
It's a beautiful challenge that you have there. One thing I really like about this project is that somehow it waves together all the trajectory you've done so far, from the experience, the local experience in the Philippines, to this global strategy foresight. So can you share with us one lesson that you may have learned from these local experiences that maybe global actors often overlook?
Yeah, so actually for me, it's also a continuous learning process. But if anything, what I'm seeing now, having been able to work at different levels, is the same dilemma that I was talking about a while ago, but more on a vertical level, right? Again, like, bridging local, national, global, regional, and global. Because, when we start looking at this, then the simplest would be language, for instance. Like having that tool in different languages as part of our scaling, but we know at the moment it's not feasible. Exactly. So language, but also, if we think about taking into account different worldviews, for instance, like indigenous perspectives of time might be different. I think these are things that we are also grappling with.
Yeah, that's super interesting because looking at this horizon scanning initiative is not only about getting the insights, but who are the people that are being able to contribute to these insights, and to this collective intelligence. So how do you think that global institutions can be, the home and stay truly connected to these civic voices, local voices, and local realities, and to create at the end a more democratic governance, a more collaborative governance? How do you think we can try to help that?
Yeah. So actually, for us, horizon scanning is actually, by its very nature, is what allows us to look at, weak signals of change, things that we can observe even before official statistics make it validated, for instance, right? But then, so taking into account what are people experiencing on the ground, but also maybe complementing that with breakthrough research, and how do we bring all of that together? And I think that's why for us, it's through horizon scanning as a foresight tool is a very important one for us to institutionalize, because it is through that we are able to, one of the many ways that we are able to, bring it together, and being able to apply that in the way we design our programs, in terms of, okay, what are the opportunities that we can build on to achieve our impact, but also anticipate what could be unintended consequences that we need to plan around. And at the same time, if we've noted these are the things, how do we then design other complementary initiatives, or who are the other partnerships that we can reach out to be able to do that, and at the same time incorporate the perspectives of our stakeholders. So that's one thing, institutionalizing horizon scanning, developing a tool that makes it more accessible for people. Of course, meaningful engagement is central to the United Nations work. It's a work that we're constantly working on, improving on as well. And this is why we also have fora where we try to bring in foresight and horizon scanning, to do participatory engagement, both at the high level decision making and so on, to be able to bring it to that, but also what do we then do with the insights that come out of these? And this is where our team also works closely with different UN entities and agencies to make sure that these outcomes feed into, again, the way we design and implement and track our progress. So yeah.
What does this participation look like in practice? Is it like consultation, it's co-creation, or it's something else?
Bit of everything, actually, yeah. And you will find that in different entities or different projects will have that. But I think this is why we're looking at tools like, strategic foresight as a way of, understanding the world, or what's happening out there with different stakeholders. How do we make sense of the changes that we're seeing? But also in my previous role in UNDP Accelerator Lab, there were different approaches, like doing grassroots solutions mapping and so on, that we can build on.
Okay. we have been talking about participation in theory,
Yeah.
but I know you want to put it into practice
Exactly.
here now. So it's a good moment. Irina, do you want to pose a question to the audience?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. Actually, I'm very curious with everything that we've been hearing, we've been listening to each other about. You know, what do you think are emerging changes? You know, weak signals of change, emerging trends and developments that we should keep an eye out for and maybe revisit in EmpoderaLIVE 2026.
Okay, so actually this question that Irina is sharing with you, it's also there at the QR code, so there you can share with us and write your thoughts on this question, and we will be able to share with you guys in the future, not right now at the moment, but also if any one of you want to answer and share your thoughts about this question, it would be a really nice moment for it. Do you want to maybe repeat the question, because I spoke a lot?
So yeah, what do you think are weak signals of change or emerging trends or developments that you think we should be on the lookout for and, you know, maybe revisit in EmpoderaLIVE 2026? And maybe if I can also just use this opportunity, I think like the other thing too is, you know, yeah, we do open up, like especially now with virtual participation, you know, some of these like high-level decision-making processes where we do strategic foresight initiatives, whether it's our team or other UN entities. So yeah, please, you know, follow us so you can be kept abreast of like whenever these are available. But likewise, again, my appreciation for this forum to engage everyone and looking forward to further conversations.
That's great, that's great. So anyone wants to answer, Irina, and share their thoughts?
Yes, please.
Well, a trend I'm observing, as I mentioned before, I'm on YouTube as well. So I think YouTube and the power of video is becoming super important, and with that, translation and accessibility. So
yeah.
I think the UN, you mentioned it before. Don't know how much of attention you pay to these kind of platforms where mass communication happens.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it is something that we try to do, especially because, again, yeah, like, you know, being able to share our narrative, and like not our narrative, but actually, you know, like the work that's happening, the stories of our stakeholders that we work with, the collaboration. Something that is quite resonant right now is there's a lot of great work that the UN has done, but then they're all communicated in technical reports, you know. But then ultimately, when you go down to it, like how it's actually stories of people and how their lives have evolved and changed, and you know how policies eventually translate into changes on the ground. And so this is also something that we're looking at. Actually, strategic foresight is one of the 5 quintet of change, or you know, capabilities that the UN Secretary General also, you know, in the light of pandemic, said that, oh, you know, the UN, for it to be able to meet the changes that, you know, we are facing right now in the world, it needs digitalization, data competencies, innovation, strategic foresight, and behavioral change. And this is where we're looking at, okay, how do we collaborate across? Maybe, like, yeah, using medium like YouTube and more engaging platforms to be able to, yeah, engage people broadly and also communicate our work.
We have time for more answers, or maybe if you want to pose a question back to Irina, it's also a good time to do so right now.
Yeah.
We have one hand there, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to ask you about, I don't know if you have read this book, Factfulness. Well, anyway, in the book, they make kind of a critique about the United Nations rappers. I have no idea. I mean, you're the first person I'm hearing about this topic. This author is saying that sometimes these reports, they are very pessimistic. In terms of that many places in Africa, I don't know, very remote places are difficult to reach. And they were saying, they are claiming that many things have improved. So how do you know how are these UN reports built based on the data and how they update this data? Do you know?
So I think, we have like policies in place, but at the same time, each entity and agency also have their respective ones, because also we recognize, right, like some agencies or entities work in more sensitive contexts than others. And actually, this is also one of the challenges that we have, especially when we look at the vertical integration of things. How do we ensure that like data safety, security, and safeguards are in place? So yeah, it's something that we are currently unpacking, and I look forward to hearing more about other like work that we can draw on, or like that can inspire work. And maybe this is part of the co-creation process, actually, seeing what are these opportunities for collaboration.
I think we have time for one more, so if anyone wants to share his or her thoughts and pose a question, it's a good time. No? Okay. This usually happens when people are hungry, just before having lunch. So thank you very much, everyone. Irina, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you, Irina. Bueno, pues ha llegado la hora de comer.
Okay, time for lunch. Everybody in the audience, please come down to the stage before we can all go to lunch. Yes, we will be having poetry, but please, after Sonia's intervention, I'd like to have a family picture taken. And then we're gonna go to the Oxford Terrace for lunch. Sonia, you have the floor.
Gabriela Chan.
On an imposed asymmetry, wise and fair coffee is born. Over the shadow, we can save the crops. Technology works with our roots. The chicken is flying over. Armadillos are surviving. Entangled hands, covered in red earth. We're taking care of every gesture. We come ahead of the uncertainty. Hands that are transformed into the south, full of rain and the grandeur of the Amazon. Melissa Muñoz. Women and men, bodies made of earth and sun. Latin America emerges. We have a dialogue with the sincere verb. Governance without thrones. People are ruling the villages and the squares with their own seats. Irina Velasco. Breaking fear so that we can create synergies, cosmovisions. What's your take on time? We all need all languages. We need to bring about changes for dignity and future. Every screen is lit with relief so that we can repair our humanness. Thank you, Sonia, Javier. So please come down to the stage. Everybody, we want to have a family picture taken. The photographer has been summoned.
Muchas gracias, Javier. ¿Me puedes poner con preludio de...
So this is Bach's Prelude by Javier Puig. So now we are already here. There was a problem, I know, with the elevator, with the lift. But don't worry, because nobody is having siesta today. We have a very European session with projects in collaboration, in partnerships, in partnership with universities and other European entities. We are talking about hacking digital spaces in Europe, direct democracy. So the interviewer will be Oscar Espíritu Santo, and then the interviewees are 3 people working in this Smart Vote project. Raúl Magallón, Ana Pinto Martiño, and Miguel Paisana will be talking to Mr. Espíritu Santo, who is also a member of Smart Vote, how to fight misinformation and fake news. Thank you for being here again to share your siesta time with us. I know it is after lunch. It is a complicated time of the day. And, well, it is also a complicated time because Miguel and Anna will have to run right after the session because they have to go back to Lisbon very soon. So we'll be talking about misinformation, fake news, Smart Vote, and what we can do with this project, what we members can do it. So give us the headlines. We're journalists or work in journalism, so give us the motto. Well, Smart Vote is a project that talks about 3 main projects: AI, misinformation, and the youth. So those are the 3 pillars. So we want to use all these objects in a strategic way to precisely try and understand the difficulties young people face on mobilization before the elections and politics. So AI is used as a weapon or a tool and not a threat, because technology is something that young people like to use. So what is that technology that is being developed? Well, I want to say something else for the project to be understood. The idea is that misinformation in election processes is more global than ever in local contexts. We analyzed the Brazilian elections, and more than 30% of the narratives that were verified were related to election fraud. In Spain, in the 2023 elections, almost 20% of the verified fake narratives related to election fraud. So we decided to look into the importance of literacy in these processes. And then we also talk about the importance of collaborative analysis. And we've been collaborating with an observatory, and we work on the same things, but in different contexts. In terms of trust in the media, it's a completely different context. In Brazil, citizens trust the media, but Spain is one of the countries where people mistrust them the most. Spain is a more decentralized country. Portugal is more centralized. And so we wanted to collaborate with a Portuguese observatory. And then the 3rd pillar is about another member, the Polytechnical University in Madrid, that has a team that specializes in AI. And one of the objectives of their project was to disseminate that research, and that's why we designed a tool. It is a Telegram tool to verify narratives, not just during the elections, but during our other common problems. For instance, now we are testing the problem both in Spain and Portugal with fires, natural fires or forest fires last summer. So we wanted to find common narratives, if any, and the strategies. So we detect the misinformation, the fake news with that tool developed by the Polytechnical University. And so what do we do next? What's the target? What are we going to do next? Do we do training courses? Yeah, and workshops for different audiences, for young people and also young journalists, because they have the two requirements. They are young and they're journalists. Because journalism is very important for the fact-checking and the verification, so we're working specifically for them. If we reach them, they will be reaching more and more people. So fake news pervades the whole society. So if we work with journalists and journalism student, why aren't data enough? Who creates more fake news? Individuals or organizations? Especially during the elections. It's a very complicated problem, because everything happens in the social media and the network. So every user has different experience. When we started out, we organized a general framework to try and understand the context, what's common in Portugal and Spain. But we realized, well, we limited the analysis to young people between 18 and 25, and we saw a big gap between men and women. Men are more polarized, they are more open to the radical narratives, misogynist, or they connect to more traditional authoritarian narratives. On the contrary, women are more informed. And so we're happy because we deeply know the demography we're working with, but having such a vast array of profiles is difficult. In Spain, people are mobilizing using social media, but in Portugal, more than 50% of the population still trust the TV news. So yes, we have a very broad type of population, but we have to target our actions. So we work with young people and young journalists, because young people master technology and young journalists master the language tools. So with that tool made by the Polytechnical University, we detect fake news, we create a target group, we target the audience, and then so we organize training courses. What are the training courses like? We're still working on that, but we have some ideas. Yes, because we started this project only a while ago. For instance, in Portugal, we've been working with St. George, my place. It's like a training center for journalists in Portugal. It's the most important one for journalists in Portugal. So we're trying to understand what journalists and young journalists value the most. And we've been focusing on too technical training, which is not perfect, which is not ideal. You have to work on other things such as ethics, deontology, and the tools you can use are okay. But the most important thing in journalism is to be there, to be where things happen. This is not something AI will give you. So we want to develop a tool they really can use in their actual work so that they can use it to communicate it better. So you are a professional on fake news in Spain and abroad. How can we reach the youngest population? And who creates those fake news and how? Because you've written about it, because we know there are many fake news. And how are they used to misinform the young population, the young people? Well, if we were to reply to that, we would have to start out with other issues. A teenager spends around 1,054 hours per year in high school, receiving formal training, formal education. And they also spend 1,400 hours per year on the internet. Secondly, in recent decades, literacy has been ignored when it came to training teenagers. I mean, political literacy. For instance, in the past, we could have our fast interaction with politics by talking to family members or at school. But now, all the information on politics they get come from social media, anti-feminist movements, anti-immigration movements, and they don't even realize it. Behind that type of viral content, there is politics behind it, and sometimes it is the first time for them they get in touch with that political content. Thirdly, why elections? Why are elections so important in terms of fake news? Misinformation or fake news work ideally in terms of uncertainty, in contexts of uncertainty. In Spain and many other places, with the disappearance of the political bi-party system, people started mistrusting political parties. There is a survey made by THIS in Spain that showed that many people decided who to vote for on the very day before the election, the very last day before the election. And what are the incentives some political stakeholders have when it comes to disseminating fake news? There has been a report, right, on all these. Why this partnership between Spain and Portugal? Are we similar? Are we different? How do fake news work in Portugal or in Spain? Well, who wants to go first? Who's behind those fake news? Well, the first part of the question. These two countries are similar when it comes to the origin of this democracy in the 70s with simultaneous transitions. The constitutions were passed more or less at the same time, and then it all started to diverge. In Portugal, we have a centralized system and the political systems are compressed. But whereas in Spain, regional identities are notable. So, well, whereas in Portugal, we have like a central identity, a strong national identity. There are two important aspects with regard to our work. The phenomenon of the fake news will be always bigger than the fact-checking process. That's always like that. So if people decide who to vote for on the very last minute, if they're using misinformation, if they're using fake news to sustain their vote, that is a problem. And now fake news are more sophisticated and contemporary in the way they work. One of the most iconic cases in Portugal was about a YouTube campaign. Chega is like the political party called Vox in Spain, and they created a campaign against the two traditional parties, the People's Party and the Socialist Party. And we wanted to look at that campaign, who funded it. It was a company based in Delaware that had already worked with Javier Milei in Argentina and some other elections in Singapore. So they have a globalized network. So of course they cannot. Their information is not based on local facts. They just organize those fake news campaign, and they slightly adapt it to the specific countries. You like voting, right? You vote all the time. Can you give us any more specific examples you can give on misinformation, fake news during the election processes? So many. We could give so many examples. We've talked about polarization. For example, about migration. That didn't exist in Portugal, or not as early as in Spain. It's already there now. Portugal is polarized. There are many video clips made with deep fakes. For instance, showing people on a very iconic place in Lisbon, and you can see women wearing hijab, and the speaker says, well, this is what you're going to see if you vote for X or Y party. And that video clip is repeatedly showing up in all the platforms whenever there is an election, so very often. For instance, there was another campaign. There were people, members of a political party, and then a motorcycle driver ran past them, and then someone said, this is a terrorist attack against Ventura. But no, it was just a motorcycle running out, running past them. And so it was a manipulation, and they are not interested in figuring out, whether it is true or not. It's a post-truth. And yes, so that internationalization, globalization of the fake news. So you were talking about a real video footage that is misinterpreted, or deep fakes, totally fake footage. So you're trying to use artificial intelligence to try and figure out where the information is going, but artificial intelligence is also working on the dark side to try and misinform people. We saw it this morning. It's that footage, those videos are indistinguishable sometimes from each other. There is the general director of Clave, who is also here in the audience. Clave is a group of editors composed of some mass media. And he agrees with me that one of the problems is that we need more technology journalists, technology-savvy, tech-savvy journalists, and people who are knowledgeable in what technologies can do. And the mass media need to better explain what lies behind the deepfake and the risks of using these technologies. There was a study in Portugal about how mass media talked about AI. And most of the times, journalists were not specialized, so they just used the copies sent by the actual companies, the actual technological companies. They couldn't even write their own copy because they simply couldn't. So we need people who can specialize on AI and technology. Of course, if I run a business, if I own a business specializing in AI, in my copy I will say that AI is the best. But journalists really have to be critical about it. They have to have some critical thinking. So journalists have been biased in favor of AI. So for instance, what are the AI tools that mass media can use in Portugal? Well, I think it's very diverse. As Anna was saying, journalists have to learn how to talk about AI, they have to learn how to use it, and it is difficult for them to do both because, you know, there is some economic crisis in the media that also impacts the way they can talk about those things and how long they can spend on training. But people in the media, well, the business people in the media are keen on using AI because they can have better performance, but they're also concerned about the ethical issues it can pose. But most of the people work in silos. They work solo. I am working by myself and I try to figure out what I want to do, but like you don't have any policies that everybody can use. So you have like, well, journalists like have to self-regulate because there is no regulation about it either. So you have a top-bottom approach, and people, well, the bosses say these are the rules, and nobody is trying to like create a useful regulation. In the case of Spain, I want to give the floor to Juan, who will be talking later about it in the Q&A session. And I want to say something else, maybe the last question. Do you think this project will be limited in time or will be short-lived? But after that, do you think it can be exported? It's like an Iberian project. It's like Iberian ham. Do you think we can export to somewhere else in Europe? Do you think it's replicable? Will it be useful to others? Well, this tool will be open sourced, so it will be available. And secondly, we are working with Telegram because the API is enabling us to work with the tool. We know that technology changes, society evolves, and we are aware that we should at some point be on TikTok. And then I also think this type of projects are more effective because of the comparative analysis between countries. That way we can understand weaknesses and strengths. Okay, perfect. So now we can have some questions. Juan, You can go first. You raised your hand already. He's up there.
Gracias por alusión.
Thank you. Well, so my question is, you can give your reply and then a question. I am optimistic as to how media are fighting the fake news and how they're implementing tools that, as you said, can intensify the effects of fake news. I'm talking about AI here. This is a sociological issue. If the media cannot quickly adapt to technological changes, they are dead, because we would be still using a wooden press, right? This is a permanent cycle, a permanent problem, because media have always adapted to the changing circumstances. They are inevitable. They are very necessary for the society. In Spain, the media are working intensely with AI throughout the supply chain. They use it to produce content, to distribute the content, to classify the content. They also do a lot of data analysis, which is a great part of the AI. And, well, I want to keep it short. And they are firmly opposed to the attempts of technological supremacy some tools are imposing and at the same time overriding the citizens' rights. And I want to keep it short because I know the moderator's there. But this is such a hot topic in Empodera, because we're talking about digital sovereignty and digital or technological supremacy over alles is unacceptable. And my question is, I know, so media play an important role in regulating the social dialogue, but universities should play a role too, and maybe you can talk about it now. I was surprised to see that the School of Communication of the Complutense University in Madrid was the first college building that has been fenced. And the Carlos III college building is totally open, no fences at all. And maybe you can check about how they're changing the curriculum. Well, I want to say something that I think is important. We have changed our curriculum this year. And then in the first year, we've created a new subject matter, a new course. It's AI journalism. That's the name. And I want to tell you an anecdote that explains that course. I made a first question to the 80 or 90 students I had in my classes, those who had enrolled in that class. And the question was the task, the exercise was to ask ChatGPT where they could follow that class or what universities in Spain offered that course, that subject matter. And, they had many varied replies. And some of the replies they got from ChatGPT was that course was taught in many universities. Some others got a reply that said that that course was not taught in the Carlos III University, which is my university, and the one where that course was being taught. And so that was important for them to see how they shouldn't trust. They shouldn't trust ChatGPT, and how they need to be right in the place where the things are happening, the news are happening, if they want to write or inform about it. So we need universities, we need these projects, Smart Boots, and we need more journalism. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Javier. Al piano.
Thank you very much, Javier, on the piano with a piece by Schubert. We go on with another presentation on collaborative European projects, projects with different partners that come together to promote a more inclusive democracy. Now is the time for Daniela Vanci. She is responsible for democracy and defense in Democracy International. She comes from Germany, and she will be discussing about the IDEU project with Carla. This project is on the promotion of inclusive democracy in Europe through the technologies. She is about to come onto the stage.
Un aplauso.
Okay, we had an issue with one of the microphones. Everything's fine. So, as Angel said, you are the Policy and Advocacy Manager at Democracy International, and you also work with me in the European project IDEU. Could you please let us know a little about what being working in policy and advocacy looks like?
Yeah, absolutely. So first, congratulations on all your success so far for the event, and thanks a lot for having me. So first, with Democracy International, we are really looking at democracy beyond elections. For us, it's interesting to look at participatory democracy, mechanisms and tools, and direct democracy specifically. So at the global level, what that looks like is we're mostly known for the Global Forum on Modern Direct Democracy. It's the biggest conference in the world on direct democracy, a moving conference, so every 1 to 2 years somewhere else, next year in Botswana. And at the EU level, we're mostly known for our work with the European Citizens Initiative. And it's the first tool, the world's first and only tool of transnational, participatory and digital democracy, because 90% of the signatures, at least 90% are collected digitally. And so mostly I work on these tools and these projects. Now for the IDEO project that we work on together, the goal of this is basically twofold. One is that we're running a consultation platform where we're looking to crowdsource ideas from citizens, mainly those digitally marginalized citizens. So we look at senior citizens, for example. We look at youth also. We don't always think about youth, but when we think about building digital skills, like recognizing misinformation, for us, youth is a huge target audience and huge goal. And then we look at those that are in rural areas. So with the IDEO project, we have partnered with the city of Siegburg. It's not so well known, but it's actually a very digitally advanced city just outside of the city of Bonn in Germany, which is a little bit more well known. And there, the city of Siegburg, because they have really advanced their crowdsourcing and their digital platforms, their e-platforms, where they reach out to their residents. We have partnered with them where we're also collecting citizens' concerns, citizens' misunderstandings about digitalization. We want to collect these thoughts and these ideas. And basically the goal is that we are going to collect all these inputs from citizens across 6 different countries. The one that we work on is in Germany. And then this is going to help shape our policy recommendations for the EU's digital decade 2030 goals. So we're starting a little bit from the bottom up. Usually we're looking at experts first, experts to give policy recommendations, and then the citizens maybe come in later. But in this case, we want to flip the script. We're going first to the citizens in this project. We're collecting their thoughts, and we're really focusing on those digitally marginalized. And then we're bringing in the experts to consolidate all of those ideas. So far, we have around 2,000 inputs. And then we'll develop these policy recommendations for the EU Digital Decade 2030 goals.
So when you're talking about digitalization, how would you say that inclusive digitalization is being used or can be used or is important for the creation of more like fair democracies, inclusive democracies in Europe right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, we've talked about these over the last hours, but digitalization is somewhere that's going, I mean, every part of our life. It's not just the way we're interacting with each other. It's not just how we travel, how we consume information, but it's also how we are politically engaging. It's changing every aspect of our lives. And the key word there is really inclusion. So we're really focusing in this digital transition on the inclusion part, because it's not all are included in this transition. That's what we're trying to achieve, a small part with this project. It's only 2 years, so it's not meant to solve all the problems. But you know, we're really targeting these older generations, this younger population who could be more susceptible to misinformation. And if we know that these societies are going to develop in this way, we know that digitalization grows exponentially. It means that many of these people will be excluded. They will be excluded in participation in many different ways. Consultations is one, but also e-services as we move on more and more online. And maybe one day even e-voting. Who's to say that in the future we won't have also secure systems to do e-voting? Some places like Estonia, they already do that. So, and if we have them already now excluded, then we'll have a double exclusion as the societies also develop. And the consequence of this is if they are excluded already now, it's really creating fertile ground, especially, I mean, in Europe, we really see this, fertile ground for the far right. Yeah. Because this means then that people don't have the confidence, first of all, and they don't have the capabilities to be able to recognize misinformations or to identify deep fakes, for example. It also makes them a lot more vulnerable for the far right when they say, don't trust these mechanisms, don't trust these elections. And so that is really dangerous for democracy, and that's what puts us in danger here in Europe. That's why inclusion has to be part of the digitalization side.
Yeah, so when you're talking about not everyone having equal access to digitalization, to technology, how, because obviously the digital divide in a project like IDEO, which is based on an online platform, the digital divide is also a barrier for participation in democracy. So how or have you identified a relationship between digital skill and citizens' trust in democracy in Europe?
Yeah, absolutely. So the answer to that is basically we also sometimes have to go offline.
Yeah.
We have to go outside the digital spaces, and that's what we're trying to do with this project. So while it's heavily a digital project, what we're trying to do is meet citizens where they are. So in the city of Seaburg, as I said, we partnered with the city. We go physically to senior citizen homes and we run workshops with them. We teach them how to write an email is on the advanced side of the skills that we learn. We teach them how to unlock an iPhone, usually is the first step. We teach them how to identify email scams, because older populations are especially at the higher risk for being victims of email scams. So we try to teach them to meet them in the spaces where they are. For the younger groups, we go to classrooms, we go to schools, and we run workshops with them on how to build digital skills in online safety and how to recognize deep fakes. And it's more than just, I mean, AI now is doing 5 fingers properly, right? So this is also constantly changing. The way we did these workshops 1 year ago is different even how we do it now. So that means we also have to constantly adapt. But basically we used to, I mean, this is so core to our project, and I think so core to the work that we do, because in the past, I mean, we used to protect democracies by, stopping tanks in the streets, and today it's really about identifying who is dividing us, and that's part of democratic resilience. Military training used to be the most important part about defending a country, and today it's really about spotting misinformation. It's about spotting Russian propaganda. And so we're using this project and the mission of the project and of our organization to build democratic resilience, because at the end, even something as simple as creating a safe password is building up the confidence, the digital confidence that individual citizens have. That's all a small part of a bigger picture of democratic resilience.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Marian to put on the QR code. So we've been talking about the IDEO project. This is the QR code to the crowdsourcing platform that is being used in our common European project. While you check it out, you have a look, I would like you, if you could, Daniela, to let us know how online crowdsourcing and citizen consultations are different in an approach to democracy than what we have been traditionally making in policy making.
Yeah. So I'm always a little bit hesitant to use the word consultation, because you always say consultation, and I think at least for our project, what's a much better term and also more representative term is probably co-creation.
Yeah.
Because what we're doing is we're directly involving the citizens at step 1. Traditionally, policymaking and advocacy work is, as I said, involving the experts first, and then citizens coming in last, or maybe not at all. And we really want to flip the order. We want to flip the script with this. We're bringing citizens in first in the crowdsourcing platform. We want to bring in, and sometimes it's very basic ideas, but when we also see that there's the same idea coming in 4, 5, 6, 20 times, then that's where the experts will look at all of these inputs. So far we have 2,000, and then they will recognize those trends. And we will see where is it that there are gaps, digital gaps and digital literacy in skills, even in fears that people have. I think it's important that we recognize and we identify the fears that people have as we exponentially digitalize. So we want to bring in then the experts, and then we'll create these policy recommendations. So it's more than just the crowdsourcing is step 1. At the same time, we're doing these workshops, for example, with the senior citizens, unlocking the iPhone, writing an email, and so on, with young people, recognizing deepfakes, recognizing misinformation, finding sources. And I think this should be part of civics today. This is no longer just a digital skill and it's a plus on your CV, but this is like a fundamental part of civics today. So that's what we're trying to build with this. And then in the end, the whole goal of this is that we create policy recommendations with citizens' inputs, fears, concerns, ideas at the center, and then those policy recommendations help shape the EU's digital decade 2030 goals.
So you would say that through this policy recommendations, IDEO, and I'm assuming projects like IDEO, would be minimizing the risks that come with digitalization, such as the ones that you were talking about, disinformation, deepfakes. This would be the way to use projects like IDEO to minimize these risks.
It's one way, and again, this project is only 2 years old, so it will be 2 years long. We're about halfway through.
Yeah.
In 2 years, we can't solve the world's problems. What we can do is have a little start, and there's a huge advocacy part of this project. So we're putting citizens at the center of the advocacy part, which is to shape and influence. We want to influence then the EU's digital decade approach and their goals there. So it's not one IDEO that's going to solve it. This is one small part of a bigger part, and this is one EU-funded project. I think we need to have so many more, and the thing is, to get out of also just the big cities, to get out of like the usual suspects. We have to really meet people where they are in their physical spaces. We have to especially bring in that inclusive part, because otherwise we will have much bigger danger for democracy when people get extra excluded in the rise of digitalization, and so this project is one small part of a bigger picture. But yeah, I hope it's doing its. I think, and I'm confident it's doing its small part.
So just like as a closing remark, I was wondering if you could give one piece of advice or something that you would like to leave with us and with a possible European policy maker or decision maker about building safe, inclusive digital democracies, what would you say right now?
Yeah, I think keep citizens at the center and then technology around that. Don't put, it seems kind of not the most obvious one, don't put technology at the center of digitalization. Put citizens at the center of digitalization. And then what we really need to do is invest in the two I's, I call it. And that's inclusion and infrastructure. Because a strong 5G network is no good if half of the population also can't access it. So I think we need to make, this is all part of democratic resilience, of making our democracies also more digital ready and more resilient and ready for what's coming and the threats that are out there. Back in the day it was through military capabilities, and now our digital preparedness is part of our safeguarding of our democratic future.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm opening the floor to any questions for Daniela regarding IDEO, democratic, democracy, digital democracy, whatever you kind of...
Thoughts, ideas?
Yep.
Hello. So Democracy International has one of the objectives of direct democracy. Obviously, the project that you're working on is very far from that. You're doing public consultations, though you don't like the word, to make a recommendation to a non-elected body, which is the European Council. How far do you think we are from direct democracy?
At the EU level, we're not as far as you would think. So we don't have the Swiss style of direct democracy where we have, starting from the bottom up, a citizens' initiative petitioning process which leads to a referendum. We don't have referendum at EU level, and I don't see it in the very near future. For that, we would need a complete, democratic reform. But what we have, the nearest thing to direct democracy is the European Citizens Initiative that I said. This is, I would say, near direct democracy because it is a bottom-up mechanism. It is citizens collect signatures. It basically functions as a petition. When they collect 1 million within 1 year, across the EU, so all 1 million, they can't come from Spain alone, but across 7 different member states. Then the Commission and also the Parliament comes there, the European Parliament and the European Commission. They have no choice but to also put forward their political position on that topic. And we've seen also in the last year 4 successful initiatives come up. Successful, we say, when they reached 1 million signatures, which means in the next year, the Commission, the European Commission, has to take a political position on 4 of those topics that came up bottom up. One is on reproductive rights. One is going to be also on LGBT rights. They will be, so there are 4 different topics that in the next year we're expecting the Commission to come up with a proposal. It's the closest thing we have to direct democracy at EU level. Right, in Spain it looks different. In Switzerland it's totally different. In Germany we have this quite strong at local level, but not at national level. But at the EU level, I mean, I would still say this instrument has massive potential. It's massive. It's the second most used democratic instrument at EU level, only second to European elections. So we've had over 20 million citizens that have taken part in this instrument. It's existed for 13 years. And so if you're interested in direct democracy, I think look at really check out the European Citizens Initiative because it's let's say the instrument that is near direct democracy at EU level, at least as far as we can get it, given the complicated and bureaucratic forming of the EU. Yep.
Oh, anyone else has any questions? Okay. Oh yeah.
I wanted to say that I love the term democratic resilience, and in that context, I'm thinking of how yesterday evening we were talking about how close we are to Orwellian dystopian world rather than to direct democracy nowadays. My question is, what do you think could be the way how we as citizens could also combat the misinformation or propaganda by our own governments on different levels? Not the one coming from somewhere abroad, like the one from Delaware mentioned in the previous speaker's presentation, but the ones coming either from Brussels or from whatever national governments and so on and so forth, as we as citizens.
Yeah, I think that's a really important question. I'm also an American citizen, by the way, so I see, I feel this question also very personally. I mean, I think that's just, that's why civil society is so important, because it's there also to have that check on government, and that's why when authoritarians come into office, one of the first things they do is they cut civic space, they shrink civic space, they go after civil society actors, they go after activists. So I think unfortunately what we also see is the cutting of funding of these actors and those that are protecting civic space and protecting our democratic rights. And so we need to bolster that as much as possible. I think as citizens, we don't realize, even if we're not activists, and I think many of us also here are, but even if we're not, I don't think we realize how much potential each of us has. If so many of us also go to the street or protest or even boycott, we see how strong the boycott was of Disney just 2 weeks ago when there was when the Trump administration cut the Jimmy Kimmel off the air, and then 2 days later they brought him back. I mean, that was also as a result of a very spontaneous boycott. So I think even as citizens, consumers, we hold so much potential, and as civil society actors, which I would say I come from the civil society world, we also have a responsibility to help to educate, to always say, we have this threat is constantly on the surface. We are living it. We are living it right now. I mean, in some of the most stable democracies of the world that we thought were stable, we are fast track to authoritarianism. So it's really our responsibility and civic duty to mobilize citizens and to help them in this process, and to continue doing our work in increasingly difficult and hostile environment.
I think we're good. Okay. Thank you so much. Daniela, thank you for coming, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Daniela. Bueno, pues seguimos la tarde y ahora vamos a hablar de un tema muy importante que es la confianza.
All right then, now we're going to move on to another very important topic, which is the trust of citizens towards digital spaces, on the creation to restore trust on citizenship. It's going to be presented by members of Gradient. It's going to be on reliable data in the European environment. It's moderated by Antonio Fumero. Give it up for them. Thank you very much. To complete the European project sessions, we started today with Smart Vote, IDEO, and now we have Trusted. As you saw on the agenda, we have with us Jaime and Xabi from Gradient. They are coordinating their Trusted project, in which we are involved as Ciber Voluntarios. We're here to speak about some relevant aspects of this project. This is a European project. And we will be discussing something that's basically, well, I will not discuss the profile of Javi and Jaime. Jaime is in charge of data security on projects related with this on Gradient. He comes from the University of Vigo. And these are the aspects that are directly related to the Trusted project. In this project, I believe that, well, we were discussing this when we prepared the conversation. We prepared this interview last night, and essentially there are 2-3 aspects I would like to elaborate on, as we did earlier today. That's an open conversation with the audience. And from my point of view, I think there are 2 important things here. That's data space. The project has been going on for 1 year, if I'm not wrong. It's 36 months in total, so there's still a long way to go. So this, let me put this idea on the table. So we could try and explain a common person what data space is, without engineer jargon. This is something we have touched upon in some of the conversations today. We spoke about the importance of privacy, the importance of personal data directly related to our identity, and precisely we have spoken about self-sovereignty, identity, and other schemes in engineering, in technology. We should be able to provide tools as a way to make those elements on the internet how can all that be used because they are necessary. Let me focus on this right now, and then we will move on to another general issue, which is to what extent can we keep innovating without compromising those rights. How can we keep innovating and remain competitive at a geostrategical level still today without renouncing to those attributes that should be part of the fundamental rights? This is what I would like to speak about. I would like you to tell us what Trusted is about and give us some headlines. And could you please explain what data space is and what it's for? So first of all, it's a great pleasure to be here with you in this event. We are very happy to be here. And as you said, Antonio, you mentioned many things, data space and digital sovereignty and so on. What we are doing on Trusted is to try and relate all those concepts. What is data space?
Well, a data space is just a set of infrastructures and resources that allows us to store and classify big amounts of data that would be used by companies or citizens. And with that, we can get knowledge. And that is perfect right now, because it seems that AI is doing everything. But for that data science to work, we need two things. The first one being computing capacity. We need big servers that can compute big amount of data. And then we also need, of course, data. Quality data. And that's how it all works. It all sounds ideal, right? We need data, we have data, we have the computing capacity, but then we don't have we have a problem because we have sensitive data, so we have a privacy problem. And so we have challenges if we are to materialize those data spaces. Well, we need to face the challenges and tackle those challenges. It all has to do with the citizens, with the individuals, because data spaces can be Europe's opportunity to become technologically sovereign if we are able to overcome this privacy and security problem. And so in Trusted, we are precisely doing that. We want to give privacy and security to the data spaces so that in the midterm they can become a reality and they can compete against other regions, but never at the expense of the fundamental rights of our citizens. So can it become a reality? Do you really think you can achieve that without compromising the data privacy? Because I'm working in other projects that are related to the post-quantum threat and all the transition towards the quantum safe and the quantum resistance systems. Davis here with us, he's working on advanced cryptography. Maybe you can shed some light in the lines of the Trusted project. What is the reality behind that post-quantum threat? How far or how close are we to that project? We always ask about it. Is it 2 months away? 1 week away? You dare giving us an estimate? Or to what extent that harvest now and decrypt later threat is realistic, and to what extent we are in the position to make an effective transition towards quantum-resistant systems today for our daily operations, not for critical systems, not for banks, not for nuclear plants, not for everyday citizens. The threat is real and is closer than we think. Europe has created a transition roadmap to migrate all these cryptographic systems based on classic cryptography. We know it is not resistant to the future quantum computers. And there are 2 milestones. 2030 is one key date, and 2035 is the other key date for critical and non-critical systems. Algorithms for post-quantum cryptography are already standardized to will protect us in the future, and some other technologies are seeking to solve this problem. The digital infrastructure that will enable citizens to be sovereign is based on protocols that run on cryptography, and they are coupled, so it's difficult to change them. So many initiatives are trying to migrate to crypto agility paradigm that needs to be easier, because we don't know what threats will lie ahead, so we need to be agile and ready to migrate. And going back to trusted, there are many technologies, or, well, let's say an array of technology about self-sovereign identity that have made it to the news in recent months. For instance, how to tell how old a person is online, so as to be able to offer them different services. For instance, in your opinion, do you think that the technology is ready for that we can offer the citizens that sovereignty they demand, that we can really make them own their services? Yeah, of course, undoubtedly. No doubt at all. There is technology that is already ready for the self-sovereign identity. It's already there. And Europe has something other regions lack. We have a regulation that can guarantee the citizens' privacy, and that is at the same time supporting technological developers. Maybe, well, you know that in March 2024, there was a new regulation for electronic identification coming from a centralized paradigm. We delegated our data to an identity provider for big names. But now with the new regulation that came into force in 2024, there was a paradigm shift. Now the system is more decentralized and broader. And there are new concepts such as, for example, identity attributes. In the centralized system, digital identity was unique. We had our ID card, and it was all or nothing. I get authenticated with my ID card. I give my service providers my full identity, my father's name, my mother's name, my address, etc. It has now changed thanks to the technology. If I want to prove that I am major, if I want to access specific content on the internet, you just need to know that I am over 18. You don't need any more information about me. So this is about our rights and the GDPR requirements. What else? If I want to prove that I have a university degree or a certain skill, if I am to apply for a certain job, I can have a credential showing that I have that specific attribute. And so I can very quickly produce it if I want to show it to my college or my company. So that shows that we're ready. Maybe we need to be aware of it. We need to get rid of those identity providers and trust our technologies more. That reminds me of what we said this morning with Sarvin and Virginia, in the sense that we need to go back to the original web concept, because the technology is there for us to do many things that we're not doing for many reasons. It's about how things become the standard from a technical point of view, as Sorvin said, and Virginia was also talking about the community, how that innovation can really make it into the community and get adopted by the community, and it becomes part of the technological acquis that we should have. So from that point of view, I'd like you to, I don't know, say, you're saying that the technology is already there, but in what fields, in what industries is that technology more likely to become massive or scalable? For example, what are the use cases? Maybe for, I don't know, the health industry or any other industry? How do you see it? In your experience, because you're working on more projects, your institution works in innovation, technology, so I'd like to know the different projects it can be used. Identity was part of that paradigm shift, thanks to the new regulation Jaime was talking about. Maybe you've heard about the European digital wallet that will be used in many public administration. By the end of 2026, it will be compulsory for the government to use the wallet. But it is a requirement for the government and not the citizens. The citizens will continue to act as exactly as they do now, and the government will have to adapt to the digital wallet. It will also be compulsory for the organizations working with big data volumes. So they will have to adapt very quickly. The Commission estimates that this early adoption will cause that by 2030, 85% of the citizens will be using the European digital wallet. So users will have like a hub with their identity ready, and it can be usable in many different services and organizations. So that would be an adoption reinforcer. I don't know how we're doing time-wise. And if I may, other industries that maybe not under this umbrella may also be affected. Self-sovereign identity data spaces, enhanced privacy technologies can be used in the third sector. This is something we are already doing with you in Trusted. Sometimes we use terms too much. We abuse the terms. Data spaces are, of course, spaces. But there are also the possibility to connect entities and services. In this case, in Trusted, we connect volunteer networks with NGOs to offer them certain services. And that has that has direct benefits in terms of agility. You can match volunteers with certain skills or activities. For the volunteer, this is also more agile. They can also go to a data space and find the suitable NGOs. On the other hand, behind all that, you can find vulnerable people. In NGOs and volunteers, there can be vulnerable people, so you need to protect those people. You need to protect their identity. You cannot always trust someone saying, hey, I want to volunteer for you. You need the necessary certifications. You need their record, their criminal record, and things like that. So this is what we do. Trusted. We have the technology that gives us trust without a third party, which is the important thing. So we can have some questions from the audience. Someone raised their hand.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you
por la charla y por el proyecto, obviamente es
for the talk and for the project. I want to know about other initiatives. I've been a speaker about privacy and security. My belief is that those of us concerned about privacy and security are a minority. And when you explain these things to certain people, they say, I have nothing to hide. I'm okay with my data being available everywhere. So these projects are great, but they are useless if people are not aware of the problems this can cause. If they can go to any social media and share their personal data because they think it's okay with that, something's not working. We need awareness. Do you know of any European initiative on awareness raising? Thank you. I totally agree. Sometimes reality is harsh. We don't see the real impact exposing our data has, or just clicking on accept all cookies in all apps. It's true. If something's free, then the product is you. And maybe sometimes you don't see the immediate consequences, but there are consequences. We've seen some examples with analytics and others. They can do profiling. Sadly, in Europe, we have a regulation that sets out a series of requirements. It wants to protect citizens' privacy. And European companies or companies in Europe have to really show they care about our data, because otherwise they have to pay fines. But the same should be done in other regions. Because data can cross borders, and data don't need to abide by a regulation. Regulation is for companies to be transparent in the apps they offer to the citizens. We need to be in control. As Xavi was saying, the digital wallet is all about control. We control our data, we control our identity, but I totally agree with you. Sadly, in Europe, it's been done through regulation, and I welcome it. Thank you. More? We have time for one more question. No?
O sea, me parece interesante el mensaje.
I find it interesting when you say that your message is optimistic. We're bringing these projects here because these are tangible examples of things that are already been done. I am also a partner, a member of this project, and this is something that is being done in Europe to bring this technology closer to the citizens. The technology is out there, but citizens don't know it. We have these European projects and we have the deliverables. We have an e-wallet, for instance. Is any of you using an e-wallet? Have you ever used it? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people? No. I don't have one. I have a question. I didn't know. I wasn't aware that existed already. Of course, we'd like to have that kind of identity that can prove before a police woman or a man that you have a driving license, but not anything else, not anymore. And if you have this e-wallet, any European police agent can see it. So if I go to Italy, police agent there will be able to see that I do have a driving license and nothing else, right? So that's great. Can we use it now? I wasn't aware of it. So my next question is how can I get it? It will be available at the end by the end of 2026. By the end of 2026, you will be able to get one. It will be available in the 27, in other member states. And then in 2027, it will be compulsory for organizations and companies. The same goes for the electronic ID card. Who's using it? Hey, it's quite a few people. Tengo el micro. Do we have time for the question? Okay, 1 minute. He's already holding the mic.
Quickly, Goran Buldisky here
Okay.
in Berlin. A quick question to you. How much are you confident that this could replace us putting the private data in the hands of private companies? That, basically that also the private companies will be asked to use an objective, verifiable information as the one that you talked about, these wallets, these digital wallets. So that I cannot basically link to Facebook or whatever platform without proving my identity through one of those depositories certified at national level. Do you see this happening soon, ever, never in Europe?
I think it will be progressive, and I think it has the potential to really be this hub of identity for the users and provide the actual values that they need. But if it's not communicated properly, not. But I really think because of there were a lot of initiatives around this UDI wallet. There were done some large-scale pilots So this solution is not created just for the sake of creating technology. It's actually been piloted for many use cases with hundreds of people. So it has taken all these stakeholders into account, and we hope that it really will be something used in Europe and maybe in other regions as well.
Soon.
Yeah, soon.
Soon?
Soon. I think so.
Soon. We have consensus. So thank you. I think that it's important to have this positive message and to highlight the answer to your question, that is showing that we need a lot of dissemination activity, and we need a lot of pedagogy with this kind of technologies. And I think that's a point that is pretty common in all the sessions today, that we have a lot of technology, we have a lot of power that we can reclaim back to the people, reclaim back to the citizenship, and we have to do it. We are here to do it. And the next session is precisely on that topic, on how can we how can we define, all of us together, how can we define this digital citizen digital sovereignty as a concept that can be leveraged and articulated as a society, not as a conceptual entity, and that's it. And that's the point that you were highlighting, and I think so. And that's important, so to have these things get into the citizenship. So thank you very much. Gracias.
Thank you. So, as Antonio has already introduced the next session, now it's your turn, because you will be helping us in finalizing the Citizen Digital Sovereignty Collective Manifesto Declaration. But first, Sonia Aldama and her art.
Voy a hacer un resumen de...
I will make a summary of this afternoon's interventions with this poem. We were suffragettes, but today we forgot how to vote. Your search is hiding certainties. Mobilize yourself. Do you want to know what the citizens are thinking? Put it in the center. They confuse our reality. We're pushed to the margins. This resilience is against the tide, against the flow. Don't settle for the frayed version of history. Only knowledge will save us from sinking.
¿Están ustedes preparados?
Are you ready?
Damos la bienvenida a Inés Dinan y Antonio Fumero.
So please welcome Inés and Antonio. So, hello. I think I've already said hello to many of the people sitting here. It feels very weird to speak in Spanish because every time I am standing here, I speak in English. It is like when you first meet someone and you start speaking in one language and then you try to switch to a different one and it's really hard, you struggle. So apologies if I keep switching languages. So what are we going to do now? We are going to do something that I believe represents or means a lot. It is an essential point for us. It is about putting people in the center, at the core of the processes we carry out. So now we are suggesting dynamics, 40 minutes long dynamic or exercise. The goal is to fine-tune the collective declaration on digital citizens' digital sovereignty. We're going to do this all together. Right now, we want you to be involved. Some of you have already been engaged with the definition of this. They provided us with, you provided us with your expertise, your solidarity, like any other citizens. And as entities, and companies representatives, what we wanted to do is to create a declaration that comes from a joint reflection by stakeholders that do not usually have the opportunity to discuss, to listen to each other, and to draw joint conclusions. That was very important for us to come up with that space with people that usually do not have the opportunity to do it. So people have always been at the core of what we are about to see here. And we believe it's important to highlight this. Having said that, and since we don't have a lot of time, let me tell you what this consists on. Please, Arturo, let me know if I'm forgetting something. This declaration has 10 points. We have 10 points, like I said, and each of them is on a different topic. They have emerged from the joint reflection processes we've had over the past few months online, and especially yesterday. For each of these points, we're going to present 3 options. And those propositions, suggestions relate to what we've been discussing. You have a QR code, and if it doesn't work, Carmen, my colleague, will be passing around some papers. The idea is to use this QR code, and we will be using a Kahoot that's specially designed for this. We will be discussing each point in this declaration. We are going to do this step by step, and we're going to share different things. As soon as you vote on one point, we will move on to the next. And we will have to go step by step all together. For those of you who can speak English, you will see that the tool is in Spanish. The idea is to, well, everything I say will be translated into English by these magic voices. And when the time to vote comes, you will have the opportunity to listen to the translation of the text that we will be referring to on the screen. Okay, so that's the way we have found to do the voting in a participatory and bilingual way. Have I said everything? Have you understood so far? Has everyone understood? Are you all set? It is. We have 3 different options, 10 statements. We are all going to vote all together. 3 options. We'll see them one by one. As Ina said before, it is important. The wording is important for each of them. And since the wording is important, we are going to repeat the different points. Okay? All right, so the first point is this. So first point of the declaration is about understanding digital education as a fundamental right. So to convey this, we propose 3 different options for the declaration. The first one: all people have the right to free digital education to use technology responsibly and critically. Option number 2: universal access to digital literacy must be a fundamental right based on critical pedagogical frameworks. Option 3: to guarantee free digital education as an essential public service for the full exercise of digital citizenship. You can vote.
¿Estáis? ¿Le falta alguien por votar?
So number 1, all people have the right to free digital education to use technology responsibly and critically. Number 2, universal access to digital literacy must be a fundamental right based on critical pedagogical frameworks. And number 3, guarantee free digital education as an essential public service for the full exercise of digital citizenship. Oh, so we have a tie. That's a great start. That's a great start. So the winner is the least voted. No, I'm just joking. So second round. Oh, no, you cannot. No, you can't do a second round. Okay. So we will have to go back to the discussion later on, or we can fight, and the winner takes it all. Let's see how we sort this out later on. Okay, next one. We'll go over it later, because we don't have the time now. So next one, point number 2. Point number 2. So you broke the tie before. So this is on universal access to technology. And the wording is as follows. Option number 1. Everyone should be able to access, use and control the technology necessary to participate in today's society. Option number 2, second wording, technological appropriation should be conceptualized as an enabling right for participation in digital societies. Option number 3, implement policies that ensure equitable access to technological infrastructure for all citizens. As you can see, there are 3 options and different concepts. So number 1 is everyone should be able to access, use and control the technology necessary to participate in today's society. Number 2, technological appropriation should be conceptualized as an enabling right for the participation in digital societies. Number 3, implement policies that ensure equitable access to technological infrastructure for all citizens.
Like that. But this version is version 1. That is 3 options.
So option 1, everyone should be able to access, use, control the technological necessary, participate in society. Okay, let's see the results. I hope it's not a tie again. So everyone should be able to access, use and control their technology necessary to participate in today's society. Let's move on to the next one, point number 3. So the third point is people-centered technology. Option number 1, technology must be designed with human needs in mind, respecting rights and cultural diversity. Number 2, technological systems must be developed under anthropocentric paradigms that integrate cultural diversity. Number 3, regulatory frameworks must be based on a technological design that responds to human needs and respects diversity. So, number 1, technology must be designed with human needs in mind, respecting the rights and cultural diversity. Number 2, technological systems must be developed under anthropometric paradigms that integrate cultural diversity. Number 3, regulatory frameworks must be based on a technological design that responds to human needs and respects diversity. If you don't understand anything, you can ask.
¿Ya estamos? ¿Sí?
Are you all set? Ready? Okay, let's move on to point number 4. No, number 3. I'm looking forward to the next one, but that's not yet. Shall I tell them to leave already? Sorry about that. Whoa. So option number 3 is technology must be designed with human needs in mind, respecting rights and cultural diversity. That's great. Right on. Next one. You all ready? Okay. Transparent participation in technological decisions. So the 3 wordings are as follows. First one, technological decisions must be made openly with the real participation of all parties involved. Number 2, technological governance requires multisectoral participatory models based on deliberative democratic principles. Lots of adjectives. And number 3, establish institutional mechanisms for citizen participation in public technology policy decisions. It's quite straightforward. So number 1, technological decisions must be made openly with the real participation of all parties involved. Number 2, technological governance requires multisectoral participatory models based on deliberative democratic principles. And number 3, establish institutional mechanisms for citizen participation in public technology for policy decisions. Have you all voted? Are you all set? Yeah, ready? Okay. We should have some music here. So the winner is establish institutional mechanisms for citizen participation in public technology policy decisions. Number 5, development based on open principles. Option number 1 for point 5 is as follows. Technology must be developed openly so that it can be adapted, improved and reused. Option 2, technological development must be based on collaborative processes that promote the reuse of knowledge. And option number 3, to promote interoperability and open source standards in public systems. I'll repeat all three. First one, technology must be developed openly so that it can be adapted, improved, and reused. Option 2, technological development must be based on collaborative processes that promote the reuse of knowledge. Number 3, to promote interoperability and open source standards in public systems. Okay, have you all voted? Yeah, ready? No, not yet. Yes. Too late. So, option number 1 wins. Technology must be developed openly so that it can be adapted, improved, and reused. Point number 6 in our 10-item list. So, balance between open knowledge and privacy. First wording. We must balance free access to information with the protection of privacy and personal data. Second wording. We need to balance the democratization of technologies with data protection under ethical frameworks. Number 3. Develop regulations that guarantee access to public information while protecting personal data and privacy. So, 3 options. First one is we must balance free access to information with the protection of privacy and personal data. Number 2, we need to balance the democratization of technologies with data protection under ethical frameworks. Number 3, develop regulations that guarantee access to public information while protecting personal data and privacy. Okay, are you all set? Ready? Let's see the results. Let's see what happens. Right on. Excellent. So, the winner is develop regulations that guarantee access to public information while protecting personal data and privacy. Whatever that means. Point number 7, adaptable and flexible regulation. Option 1, we need a flexible regulatory framework that adapts, putting people at the center. I love all the ones that I have to read. Number 2, regulatory frameworks must incorporate principles of systemic adaptability in the face of rapid technological evolution. Option number 3, create flexible technology legislation with agile updating mechanisms that protect fundamental rights. So option number 1, we need a flexible regulatory framework that adapts, putting people at the center. Regulatory framework number 2, regulatory framework must incorporate principles of systemic adaptability in the face of rapid technological evolution. And number 3, create flexible technology legislation with agile updating mechanisms that protect fundamental rights. Have you all voted? All ready? All fine and set? Okay, let's look at the results. To create flexible technology legislation with agile updating mechanisms that protect fundamental rights. Point number 8, we're almost done. Now it's time to speak about active citizenship in technological development. First wording. Citizens must be able to actively participate in decisions about the development and use of technology. Second, technological practice must incorporate participatory methodologies that empower citizens. Option number 3, institutionalize spaces for citizens' participation in the planning and evaluation of technological policies. So option number 1, citizens must be able to actively participate in decisions about the development and use of technology. Number 2, technological practice must incorporate participatory methodologies that empower citizens. And number 3, institutionalize spaces for citizen participation in the planning and evaluation of technological policies. Okay, how are we doing? Yeah, finished? All done? Okay, let's see. Okay, so we've chosen option number 1. Citizens must be able to actively participate in decisions about the development and use of technology. That's great. Point number 9. This is on integration of the digital and the physical. Option number 1, rights must protect us in a space that is phygital, that is physical and digital. Option number 2, rights must be reconceptualized for physical digital spaces. Option 3, update the legal framework to guarantee the protection of citizens' rights in physical digital environments. So option number 1, our rights must protect us in a space that is phygital, physical and digital. Number 2, rights must be reconceptualized for physical digital spaces. And number 3, update the legal framework to guarantee the protection of citizens' rights in physical digital environments. Are we all done? Finished? Okay, let's see. So the winner is option 3, update the legal framework to guarantee the protection of citizens' rights in physical digital environments. And we have reached point number 10 to finish our 10-item list. This is technology with a collective purpose. Option 1. We must defend the use of technology with a collective purpose for the common good. Number 2, technological development must be oriented towards the common good and the generation of shared social value. And number 3, prioritize public investment in technologies that generate measurable collective benefit for citizens. So 3 options. Option number 1, we must defend the use of technology with a collective purpose for the common good. Number 2, technological development must be oriented towards the common good and the generation of shared social value. And option number 3, prioritize public investment in technologies that generate measurable collective benefits for citizens.
Ahora. Vale, va. ¿Ya ya? Ah, no, perdón.
Not yet.
Uy. ¿Ahora? ¿Sí? Vale. Vamos a ver los resultados.
Let's see the results. So, option 2 wins. You voted wrong. You don't know how to vote. So, you have chosen point number 2, technology with a collective purpose. Technological development must be oriented toward the common good and the generation of shared social value. That is great. We have our 10 points. Let's go back to point number 1 to see whether we can break the tie. Because I think there was a late voter. There is a winner. So shall we go back? Okay. So we take turns for reading. Point number 1. This is a paramount moment. And I need to say that because this is the result of a collective exercise that started some years ago, and it has been created by many people. We have some of them that took an active part over the past days. There are members of the research research group. There are many people involved. And this is, it is. Sorry about that. I'm excited about this, and I speak a lot about this because it's very important. It's an important moment. Okay. So, point number 1. Point number 1. All people have the right to free digital education, to use technology responsibly and critically. There you go. Number 2. Everyone should be able to access, use, and control the technology necessary to participate in today's society. Number 3. Technology must be designed with human needs in mind, respecting rights and cultural diversity. Number 4. Establish institutional mechanisms for citizen participation in public technology policy decisions. Point number 5. Technology must be developed openly so that it can be adapted, improved, and reused. Point 6. Develop regulations that guarantee access to public information while protecting personal data and privacy. Number 7. Create flexible technology legislation with agile updating mechanisms that protect fundamental rights. Point number 8. Citizens must be able to actively participate in decisions about the development and use of technology. Point number 9. Update the legal framework to guarantee the protection of citizens' rights in physical digital environments. And point number 10. Technological development must be oriented towards the common good and the generation of shared social value. Bravo!
Bueno, pues muchísimas.
So thank you very much for having helped us finish this joint declaration. That's it. Let's keep on working, and as we heard yesterday, this is the type of document that we need to adapt as we go on, as we evolve, because the technology also evolves and the needs also evolve for the same reason. So we will have to review it and adapt it with the people and their rights in mind and at the core. Do you have any questions? There might be questions. Are there any questions for these people? I think we have to insist that it was made by a full team that is not standing here with us. We also have the developer of the super tool. So many people have been involved. So on top of being concrete example of co-creation, many of you were involved in yesterday's session. Yesterday's session, by the way, was building on previous endeavors, and this is going to be the base for the next steps. So it's been a great effort of communication, design, and so on, with a very large team that is not represented here because we don't have the time or the space for that. But from our point of view, that was necessary, and we must say we feel proud of. Again, this has been a co-creation endeavor with the participants, their teams, and what's all the more important is that this is a tangible, concrete example of what we can do together. Jolanda said at the beginning of the day that that she wanted joint project, and this is an example. We've seen other examples of projects of this kind. We have seen friends projects and projects where synergies can be created, and projects that result in things like this one. And it will go on. And we got a lot of support from the cyber volunteers. So I'm very proud to be a member of such a great team that is doing such excellent things. This is just the beginning of Citizens' Digital Sovereignty. We're going to keep making a lot of noise. Tomorrow we will go on with EmpoderaLIVE. We will have different speakers, so be here at 10 tomorrow. So to those of you here and following us online, we'll be back here tomorrow at 10. Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.
Por cierto, hay que desalojar.